Yashaya, I don't know if y'all could hear me. Y'all could have heard me. Praise Ahaya. I pray that you all had a blessed week. Thank you for joining me. We're going to go into the book of Daniel. And I'm so excited about doing this. So please forgive me that I'm late. I was trying to do a lot. And, this week was really, really busy for me. So I was trying to make sure I had everything together. But And I pray you all are doing well. And I pray most of all that y'all are coming out of Babylon. I pray you are preparing to get up out of there. Okay, so first we're going to quick prayer. We're going to say the Lord's Prayer in Hebrews. Sisters, make sure your heads are covered. And brothers, please, that you don't have your head covered as we go into the Word. But so before we pray, I just want to remind you of what you're going to need. I hope that you all are making, let me see if you can see it. I hope that you all are making your own Bible journaling book here, and that's what this is here, and also your Bibles. I'll be using the computer because it's just in my eyes. It's just easy for me to see and access things because of my eye. But I pray that you all keep your Bibles in front of you and use your Bible. But also create in your own Hebrew Bible book where you can use it for journaling as well. And I want to go into the word about journaling, about writing things down. So after we pray, I'm going to quickly read some scriptures just so that, this is the premise of the whole journaling. Just not just a Bible study where we're going over scriptures, but we're also writing things down so that we can retain the information, because this is mainly applying these scriptures to our lives and learning the lessons of this book, learning the lessons that the Most High intended for us to be grasping. It's our school book. It's our school master. So definitely should be using it as a tool, for learning, and using these scriptures as an example of what our forefathers went through, and also applying it to our lives. It's very important, because what I find when as I'm coming into this truth, and been in the truth for like 15, 16 years now, meeting other Israelites and really grasping the words of the Bible and the understanding of the curses that were placed upon us. Really learning that, and the only way that we can come back to the Father is that we grasp the information in this book and we start to apply it to our lives so that we can be found worthy for His kingdom. Because AHAYAH says nobody is saved until the end. So it's not that just because we're Israel that it's a given that we're going to make it. Not because we're the color of our skin. It's not the premise to why, the AHAYAH is offering this invitation into His kingdom. And we should look at it as that. It's an invitation. He's given us the opportunity to come back to Him and to, to make it into His kingdom. But it's not necessarily granted to be found worthy. So how we, are able to be found worthy? By us going into this book and dissecting it, and so that we can learn the Lord's statutes and commandments. Okay, so let's go and pray. We're going to add the Lord's Prayer. On your screen is the Lord's Prayer in ancient Phoenician Hebrew. That is our language, our mother tongue. It's not what the Jewish people that's over there in that land, in Israel, in our land actually, that they're not speaking the ancient Phoenician. And a lot of people went and, learned that language opposed to understanding and knowing that we have a language. And their language is not our language. They're not speaking the language of our forefathers. They added vowels and all kind of, points and all kind of things that our language don't have. And they inserted their gods and, the different things of their gods into the language. So it's not our language. Okay. And Most High said, touch not the holy thing. Unholy things. Touch not the unholy things. So, okay, so this is the Lord's prayer. So I ask that sisters cover your head and brothers uncover your head as we go into the Lord's Prayer in ancient Phoenician Hebrew. Okay, Abanawa, Shabbat Shemayim, Qadash, Haya, Shamka, Ahaya, Malakwaka, Taba'a, Ratazawanka, Haya, Aisha, Ba'avataza, Kawa Haya Bashemayim. Nathan Lanawa, Lakam Kagawam, Wasalak now, Hawawak now, Kasalak nawa, Hawawak yanawa, Wala Tabaya anawa, Bana Sayuwam Abal, Hawashinawa, Mayon Rai Kayalaka, Hamalakwa, Waha Allah, Waha Ta'a Pa'ara, La Awalamiam Aman. Well, glory and praise to your holy name. Ahaya Asho Ahaya, Bahashim Yashaya, Qadash Rawach. And I think that's very important. Praise Ahaya. And let me just ask the Most High to give us understanding as we go into your word. We ask that you give us wisdom and open up the scriptures that we may see and understand, and send the Holy Spirit before us so that we will know and get the information that is that you freely give to us in righteousness and in truth. In Yashaya's name, amen. Amen. And I just wanted to say, it's important that we pray. And, a lot of people don't like to waste time and they rush through things. But something like praying before we go into the scriptures is very, very important. And so we don't want to miss that up. Praise the higher. So we're going into the book of Daniel, guys. Oh my goodness. I am so excited about this. And it's just an overwhelming feeling that came over me while I was, in this study. And I have to say, all of the scriptures. Let me just say this. Let me get on screen. I want to say all of these scriptures, brothers and sisters. This study is so big because it's such a great thing to have a Bible book club. Because there's so many books in the Bible. I mean, this is endless, and I'm just so excited to do this. This is like, in all the times that I've been on the internet, talking and get in front of people, the Hebrews. This is the most excited I've been in making videos, y'all gotta know that. So I have never been this excited about doing a video, and every week I'm excited to go into these scriptures. You learn so much more. I mean, you read these scriptures all the time, but when you have to really go in and to get the information, to write it down, it's a game changer. So you really start to pick out things that you never, saw before. And, over time you probably will pick them out, but I'm just enjoying this. And I pray that, somebody gets some joy out of this as well, because it's awesome. Going into this book, and and I keep saying that I'm going to show you the video of the journaling aspect. So please forgive me, y'all. Next week, I will give you a video before, like how I played the music this time. Next week, I will do a video of me, doing some journaling in the book, so that you guys can, just see that aspect of it, of how I put things together, and how I, find the pictures and things like that. Because I think this is a fun part of it too, and this makes me more excited about it. Just doing the journaling aspect of it. So next week, before I come on, I'm gonna try to come on early too. Make it a little, if not 9:30 on the dot, maybe at 9, and just play the video so that you can enjoy that journaling aspect of it, if that interests anybody. But I know I'm very interested in it, and that's part of making it so much more fun, going into these scriptures and learning about the prophets, learning about the book and what the Most High intended for us to know. So now I just want to quickly go into the map, the verse mapping pages. Let me see. Oh, I think I have to stop sharing if I do that. Or maybe no, I don't. Hold on. Let me put this down here. Let me go into this and see. Video file. No, it won't let me do it. Let me see if I have it here. Maybe I could put it on a PowerPoint presentation instead of this, so I can share more than one. Yeah, so I can't do it right now. Okay, so I wanted to show that, but I'm already sharing. So let me say, we're going to go into the book of Daniel. Let me prep you. I'm going into the book of Daniel, but the book of Daniel has 12 chapters, and most of the books all have a lot of chapters. And this is why it makes this is even more wonderful, is because we can only do 6 or 7 chapters at a time. because first of all, we already going into 3 hours. It's long enough. But two, also because the verse mapping page that I'm using has like 7 slots, and so we only get to use up those 7 slots. There is a slot where it goes into some precepts, and sometimes I will go into the precepts. But again, because this is long enough, I try to not to make it too long because people get bored or whatever. But it doesn't bore me. I really can do this like all night, really, guys. I really, really enjoy this. So I just want to let you know, and I pray that y'all are getting something out of this too. But as what I want to say is going into the book of Daniel, there's so many good chapters. All of the chapters are really, really good. So I only could pick the 6 of them, the 7 that's for the page. So part of book of Daniel is going into prophecy, end time prophecy. And that's something that I studied over the years. Even before I woke up to the truth, I was really into the book of Daniel. And that really, it doesn't really touch on the prophecy part. So maybe later on before I leave, I'll just touch on some of the prophecy part. So just that, for those of you who maybe was interested in that. But I really wanted to dive in on the first 6 chapters, and then I'll throw Daniel back in the pile of prophets, and I'll show you what I'm talking about. Hold on. At the end, I'll pick what's the next book that we're gonna go into, right? And I have these pictures here of the different books of the different prophets. So I'll throw Daniel back in there. But let's see. Maybe I could do it now, and maybe do it in the beginning, because people get so tired and they get like, Sister Kinda, enough is enough. how long it be? But I mean, it's the same when I be going into the news and stuff. Okay, let me just see if this is. So I'm gonna just haphazardly. Oh no, I think this is the wrong time. Haphazardly go for the next book right now. Okay, I'm gonna mix them all up. Matter of fact, let me do it on this page so you can see it. Hold on. Okay, so here's all the different prophets. I think this is the right one. I'm not sure, guys. I might have went into these already. Okay, so I'm going to mix them up, and I'm just going to pick one, and that's going to be the next book that we're going to, whichever one I pick. Okay, here we go. This is how I pick. I just pick one. There we go. I don't know if this is even the right pile, guys, but it looks like it's Samson. We're going to go into I think it's First Kings or Second Kings. I have to figure out which one is Samson. But we're going to go into Samson. So that's, I think, First Kings. And I'll make it sure because I'll put the flyer up. But we're going to be reading on Samson. Okay? In the one of the kings. I think it's First King. Maybe. Okay? So now you know we're going to go into Samson, which is one of the kings. Okay, praise Yashaya. So that's the next book. Okay, so now we're gonna go. I'm gonna show you what I did. Okay, now we're going into the book of Daniel. Where is it? Here you go, Book of Daniel. So you can see it. So I already went into the book, and it looks a little foggy, guys. I don't know why all of a sudden my phone looks so. Maybe I have to clean it, but you can't see it. But it says Daniel up there, and this is going to be for my notes here. So I got a clean page. So I hope you guys do it the same way. So that way you can really get into the study of what we go into. Okay? So now I'm going to turn on the scriptures. Get your Bibles out and let's go.
In the 3rd year of the reign of Jehoiakim king of Judah came Nebuchadnezzar king of Babylon unto Jerusalem, and besieged it. And the Lord gave Jehoiakim king of Judah into his hand, with part of the vessels of the house of God, which he carried into the land of Shinar to the house of his God, and he brought the vessels into the treasure house of his God. And the king spake unto Ashpenaz, the master of his eunuchs, that he should bring certain of the children of Israel, and of the king's seed, and of the princes, children in whom was no blemish, but well-favored, and skillful in all wisdom, and cunning in knowledge, and understanding science, and such as had ability in them to stand in the king's palace, and whom they might teach the learning and the tongue of the Chaldeans. And the king appointed them a daily provision of the king's meat and of the wine which he drank, so nourishing them 3 years, that at the end thereof they might stand before the king. Now among these were of the children of Judah Daniel, Hananiah, Mishael, and Azariah, unto whom the prince of the eunuchs gave names. For he gave unto Daniel the name of Belteshazzar, and to Hananiah of Shadrach, and to Mishael of Meshach, and to Azariah of Abednego.
Okay, hold on one
But Daniel
second.
purposed in his...
I wanted to point this out. So, there's a question of whether Daniel was actually a eunuch. So it says here in the 1st chapter, you know, because he was in captivity under the Babylonians, the Babylonian king requested that the eunuch, the man who was in charge of all the eunuchs, take some of the Judite Israelites and start to train them, in who were, you know, without blemish, who were in school. So there's a precept that I'm going to bring out later that shows that Daniel was possibly a eunuch. I don't know if any of you knew that about Daniel, but I thought that was really important because I didn't know that about Daniel. And it doesn't say that he was a eunuch, but for one, he wasn't married, he never had any children. And there's a prophecy in Kings that tells King Hezekiah that his offspring would be carried off to Babylon and be among the eunuchs. So I believe that Daniel was a eunuch. Now that's just my opinion. There's no scripture that actually says it, but it definitely implies it. And I'll bring that out later. So I just wanted to bring that up. So you should write that in your notes about Daniel, that possibly he was a eunuch. And that means that either he was castrated, or it's like a form of circumcision where they, or either they just choose not to have sex, but that's not the definition it gives for eunuch. It shows that they were either born without genitals, or it could be male or female, I think, and that they were either castrated or something to that effect. For, like holiness, to serve the Most High kind of thing. But we'll go into that. So, hold on.
Taught that he would not defile himself with the portion of the king's meat, nor with the wine which he drank. Therefore he requested of the prince of the eunuchs that he might not defile himself. Now God had brought Daniel into favor and tender love with the prince of the eunuchs. And the prince of the eunuchs said unto Daniel, I fear my lord the king, who hath appointed your meat and your drink. For why should he see your faces worse liking than the children which are of your sort? Then shall ye make me endanger my head to the king. Then said Daniel to Melzar, whom the prince of the eunuchs had set over Daniel, Hananiah, Mishael, and Azariah, Prove thy servants, I beseech thee, 10 days, and let them give us pulse to eat, and water to drink. Then let our countenances be looked upon before thee, and the countenance of the children that eat of the portion of the king's meat, and as thou seest, deal with thy servants. So he consented to them in this matter, and proved them 10 days. And at the end of 10 days their countenances appeared fairer and fatter in flesh than all the children which did eat the portion of the king's meat. Thus Melzar took away the portion of their meat, and the wine that they should drink, and gave them pulse. As for these 4 children, God gave them knowledge and skill in all learning and wisdom. And Daniel had understanding in all visions and dreams. Now, at the end of the days that the king had said he should bring them in, then the prince of the eunuchs brought them in before Nebuchadnezzar. And the king communed with them. And among them all was found none like Daniel, Hananiah, Mishael, and Azariah. Therefore stood they before the king. And in all matters of wisdom and understanding that the king inquired of them, he found them 10 times better than all the magicians and astrologers that were in all his realm. And Daniel continued even unto the 1st year of King Cyrus. Chapter 2.
Okay,
And in the 2nd year of the reign of Nebuchadnezzar, Nebuchadnezzar dreamed
Okay, hold on right there. So we're going to stop right there, and we're going to write in our books using our highlighter. This is the first one here. If you can see it, I don't know why my camera looks like this. It probably has to be keen. So give me 1 second, guys. Let me just give me 1 second.
Sound. Sound. Hey, sister.
Shalom, how are you?
Pretty
But
good.
see, now
I tried.
I
I'm
have an
sorry.
echo now. Hold on, let me
Yeah, I
turn this
tried
one
to.
off. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you good.
Oh, praise
I
the
tried to.
highest. Well, I don't know why.
Go ahead.
Wait, say it again.
I say, yeah, I tried to link with you earlier, but I couldn't hear no sound. But all praise to a higher.
Oh, praise the highest, brother. Welcome. Well, I saw you had come on, but I wasn't on yet. I wasn't
Oh,
live.
okay.
It was just I was preparing. So, uh, oh, thank you, brother, though, for clearing that up. But I have an echo. You don't hear an echo?
Yeah, I do.
Oh, yeah. I don't know. I think because I have
Want me
this
to want
other
me to
thing.
want me to log out, log back in?
No, it's not you. It's me. Hold on.
Oh,
I don't know why there's an echo.
yeah. You paused out for a minute.
Yeah, I was testing to see if it was the other, camera that's on.
Oh, okay.
Or maybe that's why I have a few. Okay, so is it still an echo?
Not so much echo, but it just sounds like maybe it's some wind or something in the background.
Oh,
It has.
oh, hold on. That's my fan. Hold on. Okay, so that means all that time I was talking, y'all couldn't hear me. Oh my goodness,
Yeah,
that was
and guess what?
a lot.
Since you turned that
What?
fan off, you turned your fan
Uh huh.
off. You don't sound echo no
No.
more.
Okay, that's good. At least you can hear me. Praise the higher. Thank you, brother. I appreciate you. Okay, so where do I start? So did you hear the book reading the book of Daniel?
You know,
Did y'all
I
hear
couldn't
that?
hear it. Yeah, I couldn't hear it. It was no volume.
Okay. So that means I got to start all over. Okay, so I'm going to go into the book of Daniel, first chapter, and let's start all over so you guys can at least hear
His
it. Hold on.
spirit was troubled. The book of Daniel,
Hold on.
chapter 1. In the 3rd year of the reign of Jehoiakim king of Judah came Nebuchadnezzar king of Babylon unto Jerusalem, and besieged it. And the Lord gave Jehoiakim king of Judah into his hand, with part of the vessels of the house of God, which he carried into the land of Shinar, to the house of his God, and he brought the vessels into the treasure house of his God. And the king spake unto Ashpenaz, the master of his eunuchs, that he should bring certain of the children of Israel, and of the king's seed, and of the princes, children in whom was no blemish, but well favored, and skillful in all wisdom, and cunning in knowledge, and understanding science, and such as had ability in them to stand in the king's palace, and whom they might teach the learning and the tongue of the Chaldeans. And the king appointed them a daily provision of the king's meat and of the wine which he drank, so nourishing them 3 years, that at the end thereof they might stand before the king. Now among these were of the children of Judah Daniel, Hananiah, Mishael, and Azariah, unto whom the prince of the eunuchs gave names. For he gave unto Daniel the name of Belteshazzar, and to Hananiah of Shadrach, and to Mishael of Meshach, and to Azariah of Abednego. But Daniel purposed in his heart that he would not defile himself with the portion of the king's meat, nor with the wine which he drank. Therefore he requested of the prince of the eunuchs that he might not defile himself. Now God had brought Daniel into favor and tender love with the prince of the eunuchs. And the prince of the eunuchs said unto Daniel, I fear my lord the king, who hath appointed your meat and your drink. For why should he see your faces worse liking than the children which are of your sort? Then shall ye make me endanger my head to the king. Then said Daniel to Melzar, whom the prince of the eunuchs had set over Daniel, Hananiah, Mishael, and Azariah, Prove thy servants, I beseech thee, 10 days, and let them give us pulse to eat, and water to drink. Then let our countenances be looked upon before thee, and the countenance of the children that eat of the portion of the king's meat, and as thou seest, deal with thy servants. So he consented to them in this matter, and proved them 10 days. And at the end of 10 days their countenances appeared fairer and fatter in flesh than all the children which did eat the portion of the king's meat. Thus Melzar took away the portion of their meat, and the wine that they should drink, and gave them pulse. As for these 4 children, God gave them knowledge and skill in all learning and wisdom. And Daniel had understanding in all visions and dreams. Now, at the end of the days that the king had said he should bring them in, then the prince of the eunuchs brought them in before Nebuchadnezzar. And the king communed with them. And among them all was found none like Daniel, Hananiah, Mishael, and Azariah. Therefore stood they before the king. And in all matters of wisdom and understanding that the king inquired of them, he found them 10 times better than all the magicians and astrologers that were in all his realm. And Daniel continued even unto the 1st year of King Cyrus. Chapter 2. And in the 2nd year of the reign of Nebuchadnezzar, Nebuchadnezzar dreamed.
Okay, I'm going to stop right there, and we're going to just write down the important information of Daniel. So it says that, excuse me, y'all, I hear a real delay, so I'm going to try to deal with that. Okay, so it says that Daniel was taken into captivity into Babylon, and that he was chosen to be among the eunuchs. Now, I believe that Daniel was a eunuch. So it doesn't say that in the scriptures, but there's a prophecy in Second Kings told to Hezekiah, the king, that his offsprings would be in Babylon and would be of the eunuchs. So I believe Daniel was a eunuch, and I want if you guys believe that too, but it doesn't say it in the scripture that he was, but I can't see that he was not, as they took him in and under the eunuchs in the king's house. So also Daniel was from the tribe of Judah, and him and Abednego and Shadrach and the other 2, they were also from Judah. Praise AHAYAH. So I wanted to write that information down in the book to show that the Most High gave favor to Daniel and the other brothers. Hold on. Okay, brother, you're back in.
Yeah, I'm back. It kicked me out again.
I'm sorry. Okay, so if you want to add that information into your journal, that Daniel was from the tribe of Judah. He was possibly a eunuch, a strong possibility that he was a eunuch. And the definition of a eunuch is that someone that was castrated or would, at a birth or as an older age, was castrated for, their faith in worshiping the Most High or the King in this regards. So I always thought that eunuch definition was someone who, like a Catholic priest, they didn't marry or have sexual relationships, because of their faith. But the definition says like castration. So that's deep, that Daniel was possibly a eunuch. But I guess that was part of the captivity. Okay, so I write that information down about Daniel and some of his characteristics. But he was very wise. He was the wise amongst Judah, him and the other brothers who were chosen. Let me see what else I said. I put down. So I'm going to highlight that in yellow. And we're going to go to chapter 2. Okay, here we go.
Dreams, wherewith his spirit was troubled, that the king had said he should bring them in. Then the prince of the eunuchs brought them in before Nebuchadnezzar. And the king communed with them.
Still.
And among them all was found none like Daniel, Hananiah, Mishael, and Azariah. Therefore stood they before the king. And in all matters of wisdom and understanding that the king inquired of them, he found them 10 times better than all the magicians and astrologers that were in all his realm. And Daniel continued even unto the first year of King Cyrus. Chapter 2. And in the 2nd year of the reign of Nebuchadnezzar, Nebuchadnezzar dreamed dreams, wherewith his spirit was troubled, and his sleep brake from him. Then the king commanded to call the magicians and the astrologers and the sorcerers and the Chaldeans, for to show the king his dreams. So they came and stood before the king. And the king said unto them, I have dreamed a dream, and my spirit was troubled to know the dream. Then spake the Chaldeans to the king in Syriac, O king, live forever. Tell thy servants the dream, and we will show the interpretation. The king answered and said to the Chaldeans, The thing is gone from you. If ye will not make known unto me the dream, with the interpretation thereof, ye shall be cut in pieces, and your houses shall be made a dunghill. But if ye show the dream, and the interpretation thereof, ye shall receive of me gifts and rewards and great honor. Therefore show me the dream, and the interpretation thereof. They answered again and said, Let the king tell his servants the dream, and we will show the interpretation of it. The king answered and said, I know of certainty that ye would gain the time, because ye see the thing is gone from me. But if ye will not make known unto me the dream, there is but one decree for you. For ye have prepared lying and corrupt words to speak before me, till the time be changed. Therefore tell me the dream, know hereof.
I just wanted to bring this out, how deep this is, that the king is demanding that, these men tell them what the dream was, and then give the interpretation. So AHAYAH was really showing his power in his hand by giving this information to Daniel. Praise AHAYAH, Bashem Yashaya. Okay, hold on.
The Chaldeans answered before the king and said, There is not a man upon the earth that can show the king's matter. Therefore there is no king, lord, nor ruler that asked such things at any magician or astrologer or Chaldean. And it is a rare thing that the king requireth, and there is none other that can show it before the king except the gods, whose dwelling is not with flesh. For this cause the king was angry and very furious, and commanded to destroy all the wise men of Babylon. And the decree went forth that the wise men should be slain. And they sought Daniel and his fellows to be slain. Then Daniel answered with counsel and wisdom to Arioch, the captain of the king's guard, which was gone forth to slay the wise men of Babylon. He answered and said to Arioch, the king's captain, Why is the decree so hasty from the king? Then Arioch made the thing known to Daniel. Then Daniel went in and desired of the king that he would give him time. and that he would show the king the interpretation. Then Daniel went to his house, and made the thing known to Hananiah, Mishael, and Azariah his companions, that they would desire mercies of the God of heaven concerning this secret, that Daniel and his fellows should not perish with the rest of the wise men of Babylon. Then was the secret revealed unto Daniel in a night vision. Then Daniel blessed the God of heaven. Daniel answered and said, Blessed be the name of God forever and ever, for wisdom and might are his. And he changeth the times and the seasons. He removeth kings and setteth up kings. He giveth wisdom unto the wise, and knowledge to them that know understanding. He revealeth the deep and secret things. He knoweth what is in the darkness, and the light dwelleth with him. I thank thee and praise thee, O thou God of my fathers, who hast given me wisdom and might, and hast made known unto me now what we desired of thee. For thou hast now made known unto us the king's matter. Therefore Daniel went in unto Arioch, whom the king had ordained to destroy the wise men of Babylon. He went and said thus unto him, Destroy not the wise men of Babylon, bring me in before the king, and I will show unto the king the interpretation. Then Arioch brought in Daniel before the king in haste, and said thus unto him, I have found a man of the captives of Judah that will make known unto the king the interpretation. The king answered and said to Daniel, whose name was Belteshazzar, Art thou able to make known unto me the dream which I have seen, and the interpretation thereof? Daniel answered in the presence of the king and said, The secret which the king hath demanded cannot the wise men, the astrologers, the magicians, the soothsayers show unto the king. But there is a God in heaven that revealeth secrets, and maketh known to the king Nebuchadnezzar what shall be in the latter days. Thy dream and the visions of thy head upon thy bed are these. As for thee, O king, thy thoughts came into thy mind upon thy bed, what should come to pass hereafter. And he that revealeth secrets maketh known to thee what shall come to pass. But as for me, this secret is not revealed to me for any wisdom that I have more than any living, but for their sakes that shall make known the interpretation to the king, and that thou mightest know the thoughts of thy heart.
Praise Ahaya. I just wanted to show how Daniel gave all glory and praise to Ahaya. He didn't try to act like he was responsible, on no level for the answer that he was going to give to the king. So he was very, very humble. And I just want to point these kind of things out, because these are the things that we want to apply to our lives day to day. The Bible is our schoolmaster, and the point of us going into this scriptures like this is to take out all the things that we need to use for our lives to be found worthy to a higher. Praise a higher, Yashaya.
Thou, O king, sawest, and behold, a great image. This great image, whose brightness was excellent, stood before thee, and the form thereof was terrible. This image's head was of fine gold, his breast and his arms of silver, his belly and his thighs of brass, his legs of iron, his feet part of iron, and part of clay. Thou sawest till that a stone was cut out without hands, which smote the image upon his feet that were of iron and clay, and brake them to pieces. Then was the iron, the clay, the brass, the silver, and the gold broken to pieces together, and became like the chaff of the summer threshing floors. And the wind carried them away, that no place was found for them. And the stone that smote the image became a great mountain, and filled the whole earth. This is the dream, and we will tell the interpretation thereof before the king. Thou, O king, art a king of kings, for the God of heaven hath given thee a kingdom, power, and strength, and glory. And wheresoever the children of men dwell, the beasts of the field and the fowls of the heaven, hath he given into thine hand, and hath made thee ruler over them all. Thou art this head of gold. And after thee shall arise another kingdom inferior to thee, and another third kingdom of brass, which shall bear rule over all the earth. And the fourth kingdom shall be strong as iron, forasmuch as iron breaketh in pieces and subdueth all things. And as iron that breaketh all these shall it break in pieces and bruise. And whereas thou sawest the feet and toes, part of potter's clay and part of iron, the kingdom shall be divided. But there shall be in it of the strength of the iron, forasmuch as thou sawest the iron mixed with miry clay. And as the toes of the feet were part of iron and part of clay, so the kingdom shall be partly strong and partly broken. And whereas thou sawest iron mixed with miry clay, they shall mingle themselves with the seed of men. But they shall not cleave one to another, even as iron is not mixed with clay. And in the days of these kings shall the God of heaven set up a kingdom which shall never be destroyed. And the kingdom shall not be left to other people, but it shall break in pieces and consume all these kingdoms, and it shall stand forever. Forasmuch as thou sawest that the stone was cut out of the mountain without hands, and that it brake in pieces the iron, the brass, the clay, the silver, and the gold, the great God hath made known to the king what shall come to pass hereafter. And the dream is certain, and the interpretation thereof sure. Then the king Nebuchadnezzar fell upon his face, and worshipped Daniel, and commanded that they should offer an oblation and sweet odors unto him. The king answered unto Daniel and said, Of a truth it is that your God is a God of gods, and a Lord of kings, and a revealer of secrets, seeing thou couldest reveal this secret. Then the king made Daniel a great man, and gave him many great gifts, and made him ruler over the whole province of Babylon, and chief of the governors over all the wise men of Babylon. Then Daniel requested of the king, and he set Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego over the affairs of the province of Babylon. But Daniel sat in the gate of the king. Chapter 3.
Okay.
Nebuchadnezzar.
Now we're going to stay there for a minute. Now it's me reading this is just amazing to me how the Most High have so much favor for the children of Israel. When He blessed them, He blessed them. So it reminds me a lot of not David, Joseph. When Joseph ended up in Egypt, and first he went to jail and all these things, but he became second in command under the king. So here we again, Daniel with the same mercy and blessings from Ahaya. And look how Most High treat his prophets like he loved them. Praise Ahaya. I just want to say welcome to everyone who's here. Faith and the Holy One of Israel. Praise Ahaya. And also Ak. Qadash. Thank you, brother, for coming. Okay, so now this is chapter 2, and I'm going to highlight this one orange. Let me see. I'm going to highlight this one orange. This is chapter 2. Right? So you can see. I think you can see it. I have an echo, so please forgive me. The stuttering is just it's throwing me off. But in here on this part, I'm going to highlight this the same color so that I know that this is the information from chapter 2. So we're just going to go down the line to chapter 6, and then next time we'll go into January. We'll go from 6 to 12. Okay. So also want to know how that prophecy was even speaking of Christ, Yashaya, because he was talking about the stone that came out of the mountain was, talking about the kingdom, Christ's kingdom that will reign forever. So a lot of people want to act like the Old Testament is not speaking about Christ, but he's all through the scriptures, and he's telling the king that Christ's kingdom is going to rule forever. So that was the end part of that the dream, the meaning of the dream, what Daniel told the king.
All the
Okay, so
prophets.
now we're going to go into go ahead.
I'm sorry, I didn't. That's why I was so quiet. I didn't want to. I said, yeah. In the Old Testament, the whole Old Testament was all about Christ. The prophets
Yes.
speaking of Christ. That's where you get a little misleading if you don't do your studying. Really ask
Mm-hmm.
to open up the secrets that the world try to teach us, that Christ didn't exist when exist to the New Testament, but the whole Old Testament was speaking about Christ, and Christ was speaking to the prophet to reveal that he was going to come back.
Mm-hmm.
So that's all I want to say.
Oh, praise the higher, brother. Thank you. And you're chopping up a little bit when you're talking,
Oh, I'm a little choppy.
but now it's good. Yeah, it was chopping up a little bit what you were saying.
Okay, now that we in touch, I'm gonna give you another link. That way it can be clear.
Okay. When?
Oh, you want me to send it to you now?
If you want, you can
I
send
didn't
it
know
in
how long you was.
the. Oh,
I didn't know how long you was gonna be live, but I could send it to you now.
but what's the link? What is it?
Um, it's just my other Facebook page, which is my government name.
Oh, okay.
So
Okay. So
that's why I was
do you want
gonna
to
wait.
put it in the private chat?
Yeah, that's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna send it in the private chat. I just didn't know how long. Like I said, I didn't want to call and interrupt your show. But I most definitely want to
Oh,
link
okay.
and start being a part of what you're doing. I've been following you for a long time, and I love your music, sister.
Oh, praise the higher. Thank you, brother. I'm trying to, get that together. I try to get that aspect of it too.
Yeah, my we like I said, I don't want to interrupt your show, but I got some things going on too. So once you finish up with the show, me and you can speak behind the scenes, cause I got a little
Okay.
I got some things going on too.
Praise the higher. So just put the link in, and I'll definitely, um, because since me and you are the only ones on, no one else will see the link.
Okay, let me see here.
Okay, so I'm gonna go into chapter 3 now. I'm gonna play chapter 3. So I hope you guys are making your notes and putting in the key parts of this, what we're hearing, so that you can just keep the information and you can go back on it and then read and study like what was going on. So I wanted to bring out those key things about Daniel, how humble he was, even though he had prayed and asked the Most High to reveal the dream to him of Nebuchadnezzar, so that he wouldn't kill, all the people under him who who couldn't, interpret the dream. So the Most High gave him the information, and then when he went to the king, he made sure he gave all glory and praise to Ahaya. Because remember when Moses struck the rock, but he didn't glorify Ahaya, right? So that's key to show how obedient Daniel was, And it was only because Moses was frustrated with the children of Israel. But, just to give you the contrast of how, different people were acting. So, and this is a schoolmaster for us. So hold on. We're going to go to chapter 3.
The king made an image of gold, whose height was 60 cubits, and the breadth thereof 6 cubits. He set it up in the plain of Dura, in the province of Babylon. Then Nebuchadnezzar the king sent together.
Okay, I want you to pay attention to this. The whole point of the Most High chastising the king Nebuchadnezzar is because he built a statue of gold, and the Most High wasn't pleased with that at all. It was an idol, and he was boasting and putting himself like he was above the Most High. So I just want to point that out. So as we go into this chapter, and I'm sorry about this echo, guys. It's killing me. Hold on.
Gathered together the princes, the governors, and the captains, the judges, the treasurers, the counselors, the sheriffs, and all the rulers of the provinces, to come to the dedication of the image which Nebuchadnezzar the king had set up. Then the princes, the governors and captains, the judges, the treasurers, the counselors, the sheriffs, and all the rulers of the provinces were gathered together unto the dedication of the image that Nebuchadnezzar the king had set up. And they stood before the image that Nebuchadnezzar had set up. Then an herald cried aloud, To you it is commanded, O people, nations, and languages, that at what time ye hear the sound of the cornet, flute, harp, sackbut, psaltery, dulcimer, and all kinds of music, ye fall down and worship the golden image that Nebuchadnezzar the king hath set up. And whoso falleth not down and worshippeth, shall the same hour be cast into the midst of a burning fiery furnace. Therefore at that time, when all the people heard the sound of the cornet, flute, harp, sackbut, psaltery, and all kinds of music, all the people, the nations, and the languages, fell down and worshipped the golden image that Nebuchadnezzar the king had set up. Wherefore at that time certain Chaldeans came near, and accused the Jews. They spake and said to the king Nebuchadnezzar, O king, live forever. Thou, O king, hast made a decree that every man that shall hear the sound of the cornet, flute, harp, sackbut, psaltery, and dulcimer, and all kinds of music, shall fall down and worship the golden image. And whoso falleth not down and worshippeth, that he should be cast into the midst of a burning fiery furnace. There are certain Jews whom thou hast set over the affairs of the province of Babylon, Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego. These men, O king, have not regarded thee. They serve not thy gods, nor worship the golden image which thou hast set up. Then Nebuchadnezzar in his rage and fury commanded to bring Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego. Then they brought these men before the king. Nebuchadnezzar spake and said unto them, Is it true, O Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego? Do not ye serve my gods, nor worship the golden image which I have set up? Now, if ye be ready that at what time ye hear the sound of the cornet, flute, harp, sackbut, psaltery, and dulcimer, and all kinds of music, ye fall down and worship the image which I have made, well. But if ye worship not, ye shall be cast the same hour into the midst of a burning fiery furnace. And who is that God that shall deliver you out of my hands? Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego answered and said to the king, O Nebuchadnezzar, we are not careful to answer thee in this matter. If it be so, our God whom we serve is able to deliver us from the burning fiery furnace, and he will deliver us out of thine hand, O king. But if not, be it known unto thee, O king, that we will not serve thy gods, nor worship the golden image which thou hast set up. Then was Nebuchadnezzar full of fury, and the form of his visage was changed against Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego. Therefore he spake, and commanded that they should heat the furnace 17 times more than it was wont to be heated. And he commanded the most mighty men that were in his army to bind Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego, and to cast them into the burning fiery furnace. Then these men were bound in their coats, their hosen, and their hats, and their other garments, and were cast into the midst of the burning fiery furnace. Therefore, because the king's commandment was urgent, and the furnace exceeding hot, the flame of the fire slew those men that took up Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego. And these 3 men, Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego, fell down bound into the midst of the burning fiery furnace. Then Nebuchadnezzar the king was astonished, and rose up in haste, and spake, and said unto his counselors, Did not we cast 3 men bound into the midst of the fire? They answered and said unto the king, True, O king. He answered and said, Lo, I see 4 men loose, walking in the midst of the fire, and they have no hurt, and the form of the 4th is like the Son of God.
I want to stop it right there again, showing Christ, saying, that he was the 4th man walking among them in the lion's den. Hold on.
Then Nebuchadnezzar came near to the mouth of the burning fiery furnace, and spake and said, Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego, ye servants of the Most High God, come forth and come hither. Then Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego came forth of the midst of the fire. And the princes, governors, and captains, and the king's counselors being gathered together, saw these men, upon whose bodies the fire had no power, nor was an hair of their head singed, neither were their coats changed, nor the smell of fire had passed on them. Then Nebuchadnezzar spake and said, Blessed be the God of Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego, who hath sent his angel, and delivered his servants that trusted in him, and have changed the king's word, and yielded their bodies, that they might not serve nor worship any god except their own God. Therefore I make a decree, that every people, nation, and language, which speak anything amiss against the God of Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego, shall be cut in pieces, and their houses shall be made a dunghill, because there is no other God that can deliver after this sort. Then the king promoted Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego in the province of Babylon. Chapter 4. Nebuchadnezzar the king.
Okay, sorry about that. I had to mute your mic. Mike. You're giving a little feedback. Okay, so praise the highest. So that was chapter 3, and I'm going to highlight that one purple so you can see this. Hold on. Hold on. Okay, this is chapter 3. That's a bit dark. Let's go for blue. That's dark too, but it's not as dark. Okay, so now in chapter 3, this is about Shadrach and Abednego and Hananiah, because they refused to, worship. They were put into the lion's den as well. And they were in a different province from Daniel, because Daniel was directly in the king's quarters, where they were moved to a different province, but they were honored, amongst the other people, the Babylonians. But people told that they wasn't worshiping the way the king had instructed them to. So they were put into the lion's den. But again, it shows the faithfulness of them to Ahaya. Okay? So that's what we want to really focus on, and why the Most High even is pointing this out in the book. They are faithful to him, and through that they were blessed. They were highly favored, just like Daniel. They were put in high positions, because they kept the law, statutes, and commandments, even in the captivity, in the condition that they were in. And if you look at how we are today, our people, we went through a curse. We're in exile, but instead of us standing strong, we started to just worship the gods of the people that we're under. Now, granted, this is a curse that we're dealing with, so we totally lost our identity. And over the years, our fathers and forefathers we lost the identity, granted. But now it seems that the Most High is calling the children of Israel back to him. They don't even want to come back. They rather worship, these other guys and suffer. A lot of people refuse to come back to the Most High. And this is why we're in the state that we're in right now. During this awakening, a lot of people don't want to come back. They refuse. And just like last week, I was saying that I can't tell you how many people have Can you hear me? My sound went out altogether. Hold on. It's always something. Can somebody let me know if you guys can hear me? Hello? Okay, someone here. Hey, Shalom.
Shalom. For some reason, this is Qadash. For some reason, it keep kicking me out. So
Oh,
I had to
and you
log in
know,
through my other account.
and you can hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Oh, good. Because my other phone went dead, so I thought that you wouldn't be able to hear me with that. So I'm sorry about that. I don't know why, but sometimes it does drop. You just have to, and I think every time I switch over, when I switch over to like one screen to the next, like when I put the Bible app on, I think that's when you go out. You know what I
Oh,
mean?
that's probably what it is. Yeah.
Yeah. When I switch over to the different apps, I think that's when you drop. But it does it definitely drop, or you're just not on the, like, see how you're on now?
Yeah, it drops and it kicks me out. So
Oh,
I had
okay.
to like go get my phone because I'm just like you. I have different apps I mean, different devices that I use.
Yeah.
So I had to just go get my phone and log in through my phone, which I didn't
Okay.
want to do because it has my
Yeah. So
government
when
information.
you could
But
you could change your name on there. Why you don't change your name?
well, you was in the process and we were like right in the middle of your lesson. So I was like, let me just
Okay.
go ahead and log on.
Okay.
But we'll get everything. We'll get everything right.
Okay. Okay, guys. So I'm sorry about that. So I can't show my notes because the phone it went off, and it would take me too much to like have it charging. But give me a second because I'm going to have it charging while I'm. But brother, I don't want you to get cut off. Let me see something really quickly. If I could bring you in. Give me a second, guys. Okay, guys. Okay, so maybe I can let that charge while we're. Hold on. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay, good. Praise God. Okay, let me move that. Okay, so while that's charging, you won't be able to see me writing in the book, but just know that I'm making notes. So we're in Daniel, and we're in the third chapter, and basically this is just um, talking about Abednego and Shadrach. Um, they're being placed in the lion's den because they refused to succumb to bowing down to other gods, even though the king brought forth a decree that everybody had to do it. And I was just making a note that even our people today, a lot of people don't want to come back after us going through the curses, us losing our identity. They refuse to come back to the Most High and start to worship the Most High again. I've heard a lot of people say to me, well, what kind of God would do that to us? And what kind of God would, punish us? And what kind of God would bring judgment on the earth? And they always come in with these kind of excuses of why they don't want to, come back under the law, statutes, and commandments because they have brought into the Christianity that the J name. They call that he's loving God and he loves the whole earth. And because we were taught not to read the Bible and understand that he's a power of law, and he brings across his judgment, and he don't be playing with folks. So a lot of people be saying, well, what kind of God is that? And how can he do this to us? And why are we, when I start talking about Babylon the Great is going to fall, and that, we need to get out because people don't really want to leave, this is some of the excuses they'll come up with. But just notice how obedient Daniel was, Abednego and Shadrach and Hananiah, Azariah. These are the Hebrew names. They were obedient. They refused to bow. And they wasn't gonna, go against the Most High on no level. And this is the type of obedience we have to have, you know, for Ahaya. So let me just show that in the scriptures really quickly. Hold on. So we're in chapter 3, right? And it says, look, in the first sentence, give me a second. I wanted to show this. We picked the next book. We're going to go into the Samson, the story of Samson, and it's going to be in the book of Judges. So we're going to go into the book of Judges next week. Now, Samson is from chapter 13 to 16. So that's four chapters, 13, 14, 15, and 16. That's what we're going to go on. And we're going to do two other chapters in Judges. So just to let you know. So I'm probably going to go into 1 and 2, and then 13, 14, and 15, and 16. Just so we can talk about the prophet Samson. I'm not sure if he was considered a prophet, but our brother Samson, and his story, and the book of Judges, not Kings, because I made a mistake and said Kings. Okay, so let's go back to Daniel. Hold on, give me a second. Where is Daniel? Here. We're on Daniel, and we're on chapter 3. Okay, so Nebuchadnezzar, he raises up an image of gold, of him, and requested that everybody bow down to it, and then if you didn't bow down to it, you're going to be killed. So I just want to write that down about Nebuchadnezzar, and he's chapter 3, and it's 1. That whole chapter goes up down to 30, 3 and 30. Okay, and I'm going to put this is basically on the other 3 prophets who were put into the lion's den because they refused to bow, right? So Shadrach, Abednego, and what's the other one's name? Meshach. Refused to bow down. To Nebuchadnezzar. Idol. And was put into the lion's den, was thrown into the lion's den. Okay, so, and because of this statue, the Most High is going to bring a judgment against Nebuchadnezzar, right? Let me see. Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego, that they be brought, these men, before the king. Okay. So let me go down to about Daniel 3 and 25. I'm just going to read that part. just to remind you. Okay, it says, and he answered and said, Lo, I see four men loose, walking in the midst of the fire, and they have no hurt. And the form of the fourth is like the son of Ahiah. Okay, so this is giving reference to Yashaya even in the, the Old Testament. And a lot of people, because we had somebody on last week, and the brother had an issue with, with Christ. It seems like he was actually, talking against Christ. And a lot of our brothers and sisters who are calling on that YAH name, a lot of them, and they won't really tell you right away, they have a problem with Yeshua Christ. They, and a lot of them who went into Israel under that brother Ben Amin. This is why so many of them was calling Ben Amin Christ, because they felt that because Ben Amin brought them into Israel, that he had the attributes of Christ, which is ridiculous. But because they really don't believe on Christ, they don't believe the testimony of Christ in the scriptures, they would just pick any man just because he led them into Israel and say he's Christ. Because the majority of these people calling on the YAH don't believe on Christ. And they'll try to act like they do, for a while, and they'll play this game for a while, but the majority of them do not. And so that's an issue for our people who are waking up to this truth, being deceived, and calling on the wrong names just because, the people who call themselves Jews gave us that name. People will continue to, grasp on to what was given to them instead of us really going into the scriptures and pointing out this type of information that Christ is throughout the volume of the book. And I just wanted to bring that out. Okay, so now we're going to go into chapter 4. So chapter 3 was basically, I'm going to highlight that one pink, chapter 3, in my book. Was showing how Abednego, Meshach, and Shadrach also were thrown into the lion's den. They were thrown into the lion's den even before Daniel, because they refused to bow down to Nebuchadnezzar's statue that he made of gold. But check out what the Most High do. Okay, so now we're going to go into chapter 4. Okay, here we go.
Nations and languages that dwell in all the earth. Peace be multiplied unto you. I thought it good to show the signs and wonders that the high God hath wrought toward me. How great are his signs, and how mighty are his wonders. His kingdom is an everlasting kingdom, and his dominion is from generation to generation. I, Nebuchadnezzar, was at rest in mine house, and flourishing in my palace. I saw a dream which made me afraid, and the thoughts upon my bed and the visions of my head troubled me. Therefore made I a decree to bring in all the wise men of Babylon before me, that they might make known unto me the interpretation of the dream. Then came in the magicians, the astrologers, the Chaldeans, and the soothsayers. And I told the dream before them, but they did not make known unto me the interpretation thereof. But at the last Daniel came in before me, whose name was Belteshazzar, according to the name of my God, and in whom is the spirit of the holy gods. And before him I told the dream, saying, O Belteshazzar, master of the magicians, because I know that the spirit of the holy gods is in thee, and no secret troubleth thee, tell me the vision of my dream that I have seen, and the interpretation thereof. Thus were the visions of mine head in my bed. I saw, and behold, a tree in the midst of the earth, and the height thereof was great. The tree grew and was strong, and the height thereof reached unto heaven, and the sight thereof to the end of all the earth. The leaves thereof were fair, and the fruit thereof much, and in it was meat for all. The beasts of the field had shadow under it, and the fowls of the heaven dwelt in the boughs thereof, and all flesh was fed of it. I saw in the visions of my head upon my bed, and behold, a watcher, and an holy one came down from heaven. He cried aloud and said thus, Hew down the tree and cut off his branches. Shake off his leaves and scatter his fruit. Let the beasts get away from under it, and the fowls from his branches. Nevertheless, leave the stump of his roots in the earth, even with a band of iron and brass in the tender grass of the field. And let it be wet with the dew of heaven, and let his portion be with the beasts in the grass of the earth. Let his heart be changed from man's, and let a beast's heart be given unto him, and let 7 times pass over him. This matter is by the decree of the watchers, and the demand by the word of the holy ones, to the intent that the living may know the Most High ruleth in the kingdom of men, and giveth it to whomsoever he will, and setteth up over it the basest of men. This dream I, King Nebuchadnezzar, have seen. Now thou, O Belteshazzar, declare the interpretation thereof. Forasmuch as all the wise men of my kingdom are not able to make known unto me the interpretation, but thou art able, for the spirit of the holy gods is in thee. Then Daniel, whose name was Belteshazzar, was astonished for 1 hour, and his thoughts troubled him. The king spake and said, Belteshazzar, let not the dream or the interpretation thereof trouble thee. Belteshazzar answered and said, My lord, the dream be to them that hate thee, and the interpretation thereof to thine enemies. The tree that thou sawest, which grew and was strong, whose height reached unto the heaven, and the sight thereof to all the earth, whose leaves were fair, and the fruit thereof much, and in it was meat for all, under which the beasts of the field dwelt, and upon whose branches the fowls of the heaven had their habitation. It is thou, O king, that art grown and become strong. For thy greatness is grown and reacheth unto heaven, and thy dominion to the end of the earth. And whereas the king saw a watcher and an holy one coming down from heaven, and saying, Hew the tree down and destroy it, yet leave the stump of the roots thereof in the earth, even with a band of iron and brass in the tender grass of the field, and let it be wet with the dew of heaven, and let his portion be with the beasts of the field, till 7 times pass over him. This is the interpretation, O king, and this is the decree of the Most High, which is come upon my lord the king, that they shall drive thee from men, and thy dwelling shall be with the beasts of the field, and they shall make thee to eat grass as oxen, and they shall wet thee with the dew of heaven, and 7 times shall pass over thee, till thou know that the Most High ruleth in the kingdom of men, and giveth it to whomsoever he will. And whereas they commanded to leave the stump of the tree roots, thy kingdom shall be sure unto thee, after that thou shalt have known that the heavens do rule. Wherefore, O king, let my counsel be acceptable unto thee, and break off thy sins by righteousness, and thine iniquities by showing mercy to the poor, if it may be a lengthening of thy tranquility. All this came upon the king Nebuchadnezzar. At the end of 12 months he walked in the palace of the kingdom of Babylon. The king spake and said, Is not this great Babylon, that I have built for the house of the kingdom by the might of my power, and for the honor of my majesty? While the word was in the king's mouth, there fell a voice from heaven, saying, O King Nebuchadnezzar, to thee it is spoken, the kingdom is departed from thee. And they shall drive thee from men, and thy dwelling shall be with the beasts of the field. They shall make thee to eat grass as oxen, and 7 times shall pass over thee, until thou know that the Most High ruleth in the kingdom of men, and giveth it to whomsoever he will. The same hour was the thing fulfilled upon Nebuchadnezzar, and he was driven from men, and did eat grass as oxen, and his body was wet with the dew of heaven, till his hairs were grown like eagle's feathers, and his nails like birds' claws. And at the end of the days, I, Nebuchadnezzar, lifted up mine eyes unto heaven, and mine understanding returned unto me, and I blessed the Most High, and I praised and honored him that liveth forever, whose dominion is an everlasting dominion, and his kingdom is from generation to generation. And all the inhabitants of the earth are reputed as nothing, and he doeth according to his will in the army of heaven and among the inhabitants of the earth, and none can stay his hand, or say unto him, What doest thou? At the same time my reason returned unto me, and for the glory of my kingdom mine honor and brightness returned unto me, and my counselors and my lords sought unto me, and I was established in my kingdom, and excellent majesty was added unto me. Now I, Nebuchadnezzar, praise and extol and honor the King of heaven, all whose works are truth, and his ways judgment. And those that walk in pride he is able to abase. Chapter 5. Belshazzar the king made a great...
Okay, so that's chapter 4, and basically it's talking about Nebuchadnezzar having a dream, and that he needed interpretation, so he called Daniel again. And Daniel gave him the interpretation. And you see, the Most High was not pleased with Nebuchadnezzar for building that idol of himself of gold. And so he was letting him know that he was going to bring judgment against him. And Daniel interpreted the dream and told him what was going to happen to him. So I highlighted this one in pink. Okay? Just so you can see it. Here, I highlighted it in pink. And that's right here, right? So that's going to be pink. So when I go to the next page for my notes, I'm going to make this, let me see what I did here. You know, I always be getting this wrong. Making that pink as well. Okay? And 3 was blue. Okay, so we wrote down the information about Nebuchadnezzar and why the Most High brought judgment against him. Because of his arrogance and his pride against, he putting himself above AHAYAH. So the Most High sought to bring him out. Oh, sorry about that, brother. But you're still in. Hold on. You're still there. Okay, so we're going to go into 5, chapter 5. Okay. Then chapter 5. And it has, let me see how many verses it has. 4 had 37 verses, I believe. Yep. And 5 has 1 through 31. Okay, so here we go. Let's hear the outcome.
feast to 1,000 of his lords, and drank wine before the 1,000.
Okay, let me tell you. So now we see what happened to Nebuchadnezzar. The Most High brought him down. He made him, eat of the, just basically lose his mind for a time. So let me just read some of that, so just to remind you. The Most High brought Nebuchadnezzar down, so he put his son in his stead. So now, let's see. And the same reason, return unto me for the glory of my kingdom. Okay. The last line, I'll just read that. Now I, Nebuchadnezzar, praise and extol and honor the King of heaven, all whose works are truth, and his ways judgment, and those that walk in pride he is able to abase. So he really basically brought King Nebuchadnezzar down to his knees because of pride and how he was putting himself up above the Most High, and the Most High wanted to show him, who he was. Now, praise the higher, because he could have just took him out, but he instead he dealt with him in this way to show his glory. Okay, so now we're going on to chapter 5, and now this is Nebuchadnezzar's son, who actually was king in his father's stead, and he's the same way with all a bunch of wickedness. So let's read about him and his wickedness. So we're going to write down, as we're reading, we're going to write down, about the son. And hold on, the son's name is Belshazzar, Nebuchadnezzar's son. Hold on.
Belshazzar, whilst he tasted the wine, commanded to bring the golden and silver vessels which his father Nebuchadnezzar had taken out of the temple which was in Jerusalem.
Okay, so when they took down Jerusalem, you know, Babylon, they conquered Jerusalem, took all the vessels out, and Nebuchadnezzar had them, you know, like in a safe in his kingdom, within his kingdom. Now his son is going to take the vessels and have a party and have all his guests drinking and using the vessels. You know, these are the vessels that King Solomon, you know, had made, you know, for the temple and all this stuff. So he's just going to totally disrespect and, you know, have no regards to the Most High's vessels. And so this is what's going to happen to him.
That the king and his princes, his wives and his concubines might drink therein. Then they brought the golden vessels that were taken out of the temple of the house of God which was at Jerusalem, and the king and his princes, his wives and his concubines drank in them. They drank wine and praised the gods of gold and of silver, of brass, of iron, of wood, and of stone. In the same hour came forth fingers of a man's hand, and wrote over against the candlestick upon the plaister of the wall of the king's palace. And the king saw the part of the hand that wrote. Then the king's countenance was changed, and his thoughts troubled him, so that the joints of his loins were loosed, and his knees smote one against another. Then the king cried aloud to bring in the astrologers, the Chaldeans, and the soothsayers. And the king spake and said to the wise men of Babylon, Whosoever shall read this writing, and show me the interpretation thereof, shall be clothed with scarlet, and have a chain of gold about his neck, and shall be the third ruler in the kingdom. Then came in all the king's wise men, but they could not read the writing, nor make known to the king the interpretation thereof. Then was King Belshazzar greatly troubled, and his countenance was changed in him, and his lords were astonished. Now the queen, by reason of the words of the king and his lords, came into the banquet house. And the queen spake and said, O king, live forever. Let not thy thoughts trouble thee, nor let thy countenance be changed. There is a man in thy kingdom, in whom is the spirit of the holy gods. And in the days of thy father, light and understanding and wisdom, like the wisdom of the gods, was found in him. Whom the king Nebuchadnezzar thy father, the king, I say, thy father, made master of the magicians, astrologers, Chaldeans, and soothsayers. Forasmuch as an excellent spirit, and knowledge, and understanding, interpreting of dreams, and showing of hard sentences, and dissolving of doubts, were found in the same Daniel, whom the king named Belteshazzar. Now let Daniel be called, and he will show the interpretation. Then was Daniel brought in before the king, and the king spake and said unto Daniel, Art thou that Daniel, which art of the children of the captivity of Judah, whom the king my father brought out of Jewry? I have even heard of thee that the spirit of the gods is in thee, and that light and understanding and excellent wisdom is found in thee. And now the wise men, the astrologers, have been brought in before me that they should read this writing, and make known unto me the interpretation thereof. But they could not show the interpretation of the thing. And I have heard of thee that thou canst make interpretations and dissolve doubts. Now, if thou canst read the writing and make known to me the interpretation thereof, thou shalt be clothed with scarlet, and have a chain of gold about thy neck, and shalt be the third ruler in the kingdom. Then Daniel answered and said before the king, Let thy gifts be to thyself, and give thy rewards to another. Yet I will read the writing unto the king, and make known to him the interpretation. O thou king, the Most High God gave Nebuchadnezzar thy father a kingdom, and majesty, and glory, and honor. And for the majesty that he gave him, all people, nations, and languages trembled and feared before him. Whom he would, he slew, and whom he would, he kept alive, and whom he would, he set up, and whom he would, he put down. But when his heart was lifted up, and his mind hardened in pride, he was deposed from his kingly throne, and they took his glory from him. And he was driven from the sons of men, and his heart was made like the beasts, and his dwelling was with the wild asses. They fed him with grass like oxen, and his body was wet with the dew of heaven, till he knew that the Most High God ruled in the kingdom of men, and that he appointeth whomsoever he will. And thou, his son, O Belshazzar, hast not humbled thine heart, though thou knewest all this, but hast lifted up thyself against the Lord of heaven. And they have brought the vessels of his house before thee, and thou and thy lords, thy wives and thy concubines, have drunk wine in them. And thou hast praised the gods of silver and gold, of brass, iron, wood, and stone, which see not, nor hear, nor know. And the God in whose hand thy breath is, and whose are all thy ways, hast thou not glorified. Then was the part of the hand sent from him, and this writing was written. And this is the writing that was written. Mene, mene, tekel, upharsin. This is the interpretation of the thing. Mene, God hath numbered thy kingdom and finished it. Tekel, thou art weighed in the balances and art found wanting. Perez, thy kingdom is divided and given to the Medes and Persians. Then commanded Belshazzar, and they clothed Daniel with scarlet, and put a chain of gold about his neck, and made a proclamation concerning him, that he should be the third ruler in the kingdom. In that night was Belshazzar the king of the Chaldeans slain. And Darius the Median took the kingdom, being about 62 years old. Chapter 6. It pleased Darius to set over...
Okay, so that's pretty clear. The Most High brought judgment against Nebuchadnezzar, and he brought judgment against his son, both who was totally disrespectful, to Ahaya, and what Ahaya, wanted, and how Ahaya wanted things to be done. So he dealt with the son and Nebuchadnezzar, because he's not playing. So praise the highest. So we're gonna I want to write that down. That is chapter 5, and this is the writing on the wall, and he brought judgment again against Nebuchadnezzar's son. Now I'm gonna go to that. Hold on. Take that out. Hold on. I'm gonna read a little bit of that just in case if you missed it. Oh, Shalom, Doombrush. How you doing? I was looking for your email, Ak. How you doing? And I sent you a message on Skype. Hold on. Let me go into this. Give me 1 second. So we are chapter 5, the writing on the wall, and it's because the king's son now, Nebuchadnezzar's son, used the vessels from the temple. Okay, let me just read that part really quickly. Okay, hold on. Start at 4. It says, and they drank and praised the gods of gold and silver. Because you see, the Most High said he's a jealous God. He don't play that. Okay, hold on. Okay, and in the same hour came forth a fingers of a man's hand and wrote against the candlestick upon the plaster of the wall of the king's palace. And the king saw the part of the hand that wrote. Then the king's countenance was changed, and his thoughts troubled, so that the joints of his loins were loosed. Wow, and his knees smote one against the other. And the king cried aloud to bring in the astrologers, the Chaldeans, and the soothsayers. And the king spoke and said to the wise men of Babylon, whosoever shall read this writing and show me the interpretation thereof, shall be clothed with scarlet and have a chain of gold, gold about his neck, and shall be third ruler in the kingdom. And I had mentioned before this. Look at how the Most High be putting, the Hebrews in position. This is just like how he did Joseph when he was in Egypt. He made him second in command. Now here, Daniel is about to be third ruler in the kingdom. Then came in all the king's wise men, but they could not read the writing, nor make known to the king the interpretation thereof. Then was King Belshazzar greatly troubled, and his countenance was changed in him, and the lords were astonished. Now the queen, by the reason of the words of the king and his lords, came into the banquet house, And the queen spake and two and said, O king, live forever. Let not thy thoughts trouble thee, nor let thy countenance be changed. There is a man in the kingdom in whom is the spirit of the holy gods. Look, praise Ahaya. And in the days of thy father, light and understand and wisdom, like the wisdom of Ahaya, gods, was found in him, who the king Nebuchadnezzar, thy father, the king, said, thy father made master of the musicians, astrologers, Chaldeans, and the soothsayers. So basically, the wife came in of the king and reminded him about Daniel, who the Most High had favor on him, gave the spirit of interpreting dreams. So here again, Daniel will be, placed in high regard because the favor of the Most High. I skip down to 13. It says Daniel interprets the handwriting. And then was Daniel brought before the king, and the king spoke unto him, saying, Art thou Daniel? So we know, I just want to read up the judgment that the Most High is going to give him. Because a lot of our people, try to act like, oh, the Most High, he's supposed to be this happy-go-lucky. And the Most High don't play, and he do bring judgment, and he will bring judgment because Babylon is going to fall. And, all of this is just really Most High showing his hand and letting our people know. But because our people don't want to go into these things and really read of the judgment of Ahaya and how he will bring judgment when he doesn't like what's going on. And we know the prophecy of Babylon and how the Most High is not pleased. And he said every foul spirit and every unclean and hateful bird is trapped inside of Babylon. So he's definitely going to bring judgment to Babylon. And just like he's bringing judgment to these kings, back in the day for going against him. And he brought this judgment immediately. They brought those vessels out to eat and drink on the vessels, and the Most High brought a hand and wrote on the wall and let him know it's not going to go down this way. And then on top of that, I just want to read how fast he brought judgment. Like that night, the king was removed. Hold on, interpret this thing. He said, and I have heard of thee that thou canst make interpretation and dissolve doubt. Now, if thou canst read the writing and make known to me the interpretation thereof, thou shalt be clothed with scarlet, and have a chain of gold about thy neck, and thou shalt be third ruler in the kingdom. Praise the higher. Then Daniel answered and said before the king, let thy gifts be to thyself. He didn't even want to take his gifts. And give thy reward to another. Yet I will read the writing unto the king, and make known to him the interpretation. Again, it's just showing how humble Daniel was. He won't receive the gifts from the king. Now, how many of us can say that? Like we won't accept a reward for what we did. Most of us, if somebody offers us something, majority of people will take it. But this is just showing again how humble Daniel was. And I said before, Daniel didn't take no credit. He was like, it's not, don't even, look at me. This is the Most High Ahaya. This is his blessing. He's giving you the interpretation of the dream of the first time when he gave it to Nebuchadnezzar. He took no credit. He gave all glory and praise to Ahaya, Yashaya, Bahashim Yashaya, Qadash. And that's what's something I've noticed amongst the prophets. The majority of them were those kind of men. They're not prideful. The Most High, he doesn't really deal with pride and all these type of things that a lot of men, the natural men, will deal with. But when he choose men, to walk and speak for him, usually it's humble. They meek, like how Moses was like the meekest man on earth. Here's Daniel being very meek when he's dealing with these kings and he's interpreting dreams. He don't want to take no gifts. He never wanted to eat the meat from the table of the king. he told the king, "Don't give me no glory. All the glory goes to Ahaya." So this is just showing the character on these men that the Most High chose to bless them. This is why he blessed them. This is why he had so much favor for Daniel. When I'm reading this book and I was, making sure I write down this information, I'm really overwhelmed with much, how humble and meek these men are, you know, and how merciful Ahaya and how much favor Ahaya has for these men because of how humble they are, because how much you worship and honor him, you know. The Most High giving favor to these men, to Daniel and David, and even David sinned against the Most High, and he still you know gave David, even though he chastised David and he dealt with David, he just overwhelmingly blessed David over and over and over again. Now, David had to, pay for a lot of the sin that he had dealt with, but it really shows. But I just couldn't believe how much favor that the Most High had for Daniel. He really had a lot of favor for Daniel, like many of the other prophets. And we don't hear that much about Daniel like we hear about Moses, like we hear about David, Solomon. He really, really blessed Daniel. And I could see why. Daniel was very humble. He was so, meek, and he kept the laws, statutes, and commandments. He did not want to go against the Most High. He was favored. But this is the favor that comes with obedience to a higher. And all of us, we all would want to see this kind of favor. I want to see this kind of favor with the Most High. And I'm sure, most of us do. But it comes with you being obedient in every way. So we can learn from this story and from these prophets in their testimonies. And that's why it's important for us to go into the book like this and really, dissect it and, and get to understand the character of the prophets who the Most High had favor on. Because basically that is what we want. We want to, we want to be right in the eyes of the Most High. Praise the High Boss and Messiah. Okay, so let me stop ranting. Hold on. Most High gave thy father the king. Okay, so he said, hold on. He said, "Yet I will read the writing unto the king and make known to him the interpretation. O thou king, the Most High power, Ahaya, gave Nebuchadnezzar thy father a kingdom and majesty and glory and honor." Now he's letting him know where they erred with the Most High. "And for the majesty that he gave him, all people, nations, languages trembled and feared before him, whom he slew, and whom he would he keep alive, and whom he would he set up, and whom he would he put down." Praise the Higher. "But when his heart was lifted up, and his mind hardened in pride, he was disposed from his kingly throne. He was disposed from his kingly throne, and they took his glory from him. And he was driven from the sons of men, and his heart was made like the beast, and his dwelling was with the wild asses. And they fed him with grass like oxen, and his body was wet with the dew of heaven, till he knew that the Most High Ahaya ruled in the kingdom of men, and that he appointed over it whomsoever he will." So he just really wanted to humble Nebuchadnezzar, and Daniel is reminding his son of what the Most High did to his father. He said, "And thou his son, O Belshazzar, hast not humbled thine heart, though thou knowest all this, but hast lifted up thine self against a higher of heaven, and they have brought the vessels of his house before thee, and thou and thy lords, thy wives and thy concubines have drunk wine in them, and have praised praised gods of silver and gold and brass, iron, wood, and stone, which see not, nor hear, nor know, and a higher in whose hand thy breath is, who are all thy ways, have thou not glorified." Praise the higher. Then was the part of the hand sent from him, and this writing was given. And this is the writing that was written. Mene, mene, tekel, up, upfersen. This is the interpretation of the thing, meaning God has numbered thy kingdom and finished it. Tekel, thou hast weighed in the balances and art found wanting. Paris, thou kingdom is divided and given to the Medes and Persians. Then commanded Belshazzar, and thy clothed Daniel with scarlet, and put the chain of gold about his neck, and made a proclamation concerning him, that he should be the third ruler in the kingdom, just like Joseph. In the night was Belshazzar, the king of the Chaldeans, slain. Wow. Darius the Median took the kingdom, being about 62 years old. Wow. Praise the higher. So, I just really wanted to read that because it's clear how the Most High feels, and he gives, who he feels worthy to. And if we're not worthy, he will take it from us. So we have to remain humble and really be about the Most High's business if we want to be in his graces and be to continue to be blessed in the name of Yashaya. So I just wanted to bring that out. So now we're going to write, had another drink. Okay, so now this is the king Belshazzar. This is Belshazzar, or however you say it, Belshazzar, son of Nebuchadnezzar, who defiled the Most High's vessels. Okay? And the Most High brought judgment against him as well. Okay, hold on. And AHAYAH, hold on, let me see. And AHAYAH brought judgment for defiling his vessels. And had Daniel interpret the writing on the wall. His kingdom would be taken from him. Yeah. And Daniel Daniel was made third in command of all the kingdom. And this notes obedience. When we obedient to the Most High, because the Most High, he's not an author of confusion, and he's not, he don't give favoritism when it's not due. He's not going to bless somebody for, for being wicked or doing anything against him. He gives favor, and he blesses those who are in good and in righteous standing to him. And that's just across the board. And so when we do right, and and the Most High sees, we're right in his eyes, the blessings are poured out. And this is what we want to be aiming to do. And this is how we, need to start applying these kind of things to our lives so that we can see the blessings. Because I just want to point this out. This is the whole point of doing this Bible study. The whole point of us going into the Bible is so that we can read and get understanding of how our forefathers, was, and what mistakes they made, and what, correct things that they did, so that we can learn from these things. You know, so the Bible is our schoolmaster, and this is teaching us how to be obedient, and we must apply these things to our lives. So that's why it's important to bring out these things. And you know, a lot of people maybe don't like the fact that, you know, with me, Sister Kana, I always be talking about Israel. We got to get ourselves together. Israel, we got to do this. Israel, you know, I be always pointing out, and they even say, oh, pointing out the negative. It's not that. It's just that all through the scriptures, we, as the children of Israel, or our forefathers, was going against the Most High. We was always going sinning against the Most High, and this is why we've been going through captivity over and over and over again. So now we have to start really going into this book to really point out the things that's pleasing to the Most High and the things that's not pleasing to the Most High, so that we can get this right. We got to get it right, you know, because now it's all about being found worthy. It's not like before. Let me just say, the first time when the Most High delivered us from Egypt, He delivered us just based on the fact that we were Hebrews and that we were His people and that we were in Egypt and that we, you know, He called and sent Moses and Yashaya to bring us out of Egypt, and that we were going to be His people and we were coming into the wilderness. But it's not going to work that way this time. He's going to bring us into the wilderness, He said, but He's going to purge out the rebels. Anybody who's not doing what He wants, you know, how the Most High sees fit, not going to make it into the kingdom. And it's kind of like how it happened the first time, because only those, the children made it in. Only those who were 20 and under made it in to the Holy Land. So the Most High is really going to do the same thing again. He's going to purge out the rebels. And He's going to purge out the ones who refuse to listen and to be obedient to His word. Praise AHAYAH by Hashem Yashaya. So we're going to go, this is the last one. So we're going to highlight that one. What other color I got? I got like a gold, and that's pretty light. So we're going to make this one gold. Okay? This is 5. Daniel 5 is gold. So now we're going to go to Daniel 6. Okay? And that has 28 verses. And so let's get into it. Oh, hey, brother. I see you. Okay, we're going to go into the last book, chapter 6 of Daniel. Hold on.
Princes, which should be over the whole kingdom. And over these 3 presidents, of whom Daniel was first, that the princes might give accounts unto them, and the king should have no damage. Then this Daniel was preferred above the presidents and princes, because an excellent spirit was in him, and the king thought to set him over the whole realm. Then the presidents...
Okay, so see how the Most High even found favor. You know, He gave favor to Daniel, even amongst the king, all the people. This is what happens when the Most High is blessing you. He'll give you favor in, you know, everything that you're doing. Praise AHAYAH. So here we go.
and princes sought to find occasion against Daniel concerning the kingdom, but they...
So much so that the other people were jealous against him. And this is what he had to deal with. Sometimes when you have favor, sometimes other people be, you know, they'll feel a way about it because they can see that the anointing is on you and the blessings are on you. And this is what was happening with Daniel. And the same thing with Joseph. This is his own brothers saw the anointing on him, and you know, because of his dreams, they became, you know, vexed and jealous, and then they wanted to take his life, his own brothers. So, you know, that's another situation that happens within, you know, our people, is that because of favor, you know, other people tend to, you know, be jealous behind that because they want the favor, yet they don't want to do what's right in the eyes of the Most High to even get the favor. So that's something.
could
Okay?
find none occasion nor fault. forasmuch as he was faithful, neither was there any error or fault found in him. Then said these men, We shall not find any occasion against this Daniel, except we find it against him concerning the law of his God. Then these presidents and princes assembled together to the king, and said thus unto him, King Darius, live forever. All the presidents of the kingdom, the governors and the princes, the counselors and the captains, have consulted together to establish a royal statute, and to make a firm decree, that whosoever shall ask a petition of any god or man for 30 days, save of thee, O king, he shall be cast into the den of lions. Now, O king, establish the decree, and sign the writing, that it be not changed, according to the law of the Medes and Persians, which altereth not. Wherefore King Darius signed the writing and the decree. Now when Daniel knew that the writing was signed, he went into his house, and his windows being open in his chamber toward Jerusalem, he kneeled upon his knees 3 times a day, and prayed, and gave thanks before his God, as he did aforetime. Then these men assembled, and found Daniel praying and making supplication before his God. Then they came near and spake before the king concerning the king's decree. Hast thou not signed a decree, that every man that shall ask a petition of any god or man within 30 days, save of thee, O king, shall be cast into the den of lions? The king answered and said, The thing is true, according to the law of the Medes and Persians, which altereth not. Then answered they and said before the king, That Daniel, which is of the children of the captivity of Judah, regardeth not thee, O king, nor the decree that thou hast signed, but maketh his petition 3 times a day. Then the king, when he heard these words, was sore displeased with himself, and set his heart on Daniel to deliver him. And he labored till the going down of the sun to deliver him. Then these men assembled unto the king, and said unto the king, Know, O king, that the law of the Medes and Persians is, that no decree nor statute which the king establisheth may be changed. Then the king commanded, and they brought Daniel, and cast him into the den of lions. Now the king spake and said unto Daniel, Thy God, whom thou servest continually, he will deliver thee. And a stone was brought, and laid upon the mouth of the den, and the king sealed it with his own signet, and with the signet of his lords, that the purpose might not be changed concerning Daniel. Then the king went to his palace, and passed the night fasting. Neither were instruments of music brought before him, and his sleep went from him. Then the king arose very early in the morning, and went in haste unto the den of lions. And when he came to the den, he cried with a lamentable voice unto Daniel. And the king spake and said to Daniel, O Daniel, servant of the living God, is thy God, whom thou servest continually, able to deliver thee from the lions? Then said Daniel unto the king, O king, live forever. My God hath sent his angel, and hath shut the lions' mouths, that they have not hurt me. Forasmuch as before him innocency was found in me, and also before thee, O king, have I done no hurt. Then was the king exceeding glad for him, and commanded that they should take Daniel up out of the den. So Daniel was taken up out of the den, and no manner of hurt was found upon him, because he believed in his God. And the king commanded, and they brought those men which had accused Daniel, and they cast them into the den of lions, them, their children, and their wives. And the lions had the mastery of them, and brake all their bones in pieces, or ever they came at the bottom of the den. Then King Darius wrote unto all people, nations, and languages that dwell in all the earth, Peace be multiplied unto you. I make a decree, that in every dominion of my kingdom men tremble and fear before the God of Daniel. For he is the living God, and steadfast forever, and his kingdom that which shall not be destroyed, and his dominion shall be even unto the end. He delivereth and rescueth, and he worketh signs and wonders in heaven and in earth, who hath delivered Daniel from the power of the lions. So this Daniel prospered in the reign of Darius, and in the reign of Cyrus the Persian. Chapter 7. In the first year of Belshazzar, king of Babylon.
Okay, so we're going to stop right there. So that's chapter 6. And let me see. So basically that was Daniel being thrown into the lion's den because of his refusal. Um, and we see that it's jealousy basically, because these men became jealous of the favor of Daniel that he had with the king. And the king was even vexed that he even had to throw um, Daniel in the lion's den because he had already put forth this decree. and they kind of basically tricked him. So let's go into that, But just showing that the Most High, this is the favor of Ahaya. When he has, his hand on you and he's dealing with these prophets and these men, he's always blessed and, did right by the men of the Most High who followed and obeyed him, you know? And it just shows over and over the favor of Ahaya and how he's still in the blessing business, brothers and sisters. We just have to learn how to tap in to this, part of Ahaya. Even though right now he's in judgment mode, he's bringing judgment, and he said he's going to deal with the house of Israel first. So it behooves us to get in line with the Most High and try to find, you know, be in line with every aspect, like these men, like Daniel, like Moses, like David, mainly Christ more than anybody. Christ was, most obedient, and this is why he's king. He will be king. Our king is returning. So we got to give all glory and praise to Ahaya, Bahashim Yashaya for this word. But okay, let me just write that down, the premise of it. That the favor, it was so obvious that how much favor the Most High had on Daniel, that the king, honored him, and that all these other men, they were vexed, they were mad, they become hateful, and they wanted to see his demise because they were jealous about the favor that the Most High had gave him, you know. So I'm just gonna write that. Daniel had favor with the king. The king, and this is a different king. Here, let me just read that real quick. This is not the same king. Is this Darius? Okay, yeah. It pleased Darius to set over the kingdom 120 princes, which should be over the whole kingdom, and over these 3 presidents, of whom Daniel was first. Look how much favor Daniel had with King Darius. Not only did he have it with King Belshazzar, even after um, Ahio gave judgment to Belshazzar and he let him know he was going to take the kingdom from him, he still placed Daniel in a high third in command. So now he is the first president. He's like second in command under Darius. Look at the favor of Daniel again. All through the book of Daniel, it just shows favor from the Most High of how he blessed Daniel and because of his obedience, how he was not wavering at all when it came to Ahia. He did not waver. You have to give it to Daniel. Like he really, from the very beginning when he refused to meat from the king's table, he refused to even, have the luxury of eating because he didn't want to defile himself in the eyes of Ahia. So Ahia, what did Ahia do? He just, blessed Daniel in everything he did. He gave him, the gift of interpreting dreams. He can read dark sentences. He understood, Praise Ahia. Then this Daniel was preferred above the presidents and the princes because an excellent spirit was in him, and the king thought to set him over the whole realm. Look how much favor Daniel had. That's why when I was reading this, I was like, wow, I was overwhelmed with the blessings that the Most High was giving out. So I just wanted to really point that out, how blessed Daniel was. Um, then the presidents and the princes sought to find occasion against Daniel because they were jealous. So that also happens too when, people start to see favor on you. Then they want to become, they want what you want. They want what you have. And not understanding that it all comes from the Most High and it all comes from obedience because the Most High finds favor because he said he loves those who love him. You understand? So we have to, this is the things that we should be striving for. Getting under the hedge of the Most High, being obedient, being favored in the Most High's eye. You see in the scriptures how it says that the Most High loved David. He loved David so much, and even David was doing a lot. He was doing the most sometimes. But you notice that David was always running for his life. The whole time through his whole as a king, he always was running because he always had some stuff going on. And because that was you know, his punishment for some of the stuff that he would do. He also lost his son because of sin, with Bathsheba. So, the Most High will reward you according to your works. Even in someone like David, who he loved, and he, always professed of how much he loved David. But because David would be doing stuff, he would be sinning too. The Most High had to deal with him as well. But here with Daniel, it was like Daniel was like perfect in the eyes of the Most High, and his reward was overwhelming. Ahaya was constantly blessing Daniel, you know, through three kingdoms. He served under three different kingdoms. First the Babylonian king under Nebuchadnezzar, and then he under Nebuchadnezzar's son, and now when that was taken from the son, now he's under Darius, and I believe there was another king, Cyrus, too, but I believe that's later on down the line. But okay, let me finish. Daniel had favor with King Darius. Darius, and he was placed first in command. He was second in command under King Darius over the whole realm. He was placed second in command over the kingdom, which made the other men jealous. The other men jealous and sought to, bring an occasion against him. And see that kind of stuff. That when people operating like that, they'll never see the blessings of a higher. They'll never, have favor with the Most High, and their hearts aren't right. So that we know for sure, that is something that we should not be operating in. We should not be operating in jealousy. We should not be operating in coveting somebody else's what they got. That's part of the Ten Commandments. That's breaking the commandments right there. So those type of spirits we should definitely stay away from. And if they those kind of spirits come on you, you need to be fasting and praying. Even with those kind of thoughts, that's wickedness. So here right in the book, the Most High is showing you one extreme to the next. Why he has favor on Daniel, you know, because he was obedient to the Most High. He never wanted to go against the Most High. He always wanted to stay in line with the Most High. And then on the other hand, he's showing you these men who are jealous against him. And even though they're not Israel, it's still a spirit of jealousy. It's wickedness. And they will end up, dealing with the consequences of their actions. So, and to bring, an accusation against Daniel, saying that he wouldn't, letting the king know that he wasn't willing to bow down after the king had brought forth the decree. And of course, the king made the decree, so he had to stand by it. But he still was concerned about Daniel being thrown in the lion's den. He didn't want to see that happen to him, and he was worried about him. So he woke up early the next morning to find out that the Most High had even blessed him even in that, and that the lion, did not, touch one hair on Daniel's head, you know. Jealous and bringing an occasion, an accusation. against Daniel and threw him in the lion's den. Well, we know what happens, that Yashaya protected him and was highest Yashaya. So I believe that what it was, he was walking amongst him as well, right? Just like with Abednego and Meshach. Hold on. Hold on. Let me just read that. And the king, Daniel, cast him into the den. Hold on. Okay. And the king went to his palace and passed in the night. The king was sick. He couldn't do nothing. He fasted. The king fasted. He rose up in the morning. And Daniel spoke and said, "O Daniel, servant of the living power, AHAYAH is thy God, whom has served continually, be able to deliver thee from the lions." Then Daniel said unto the king, "O king, live forever. My power, AHAYAH, hath sent his angel, which is Yashaya, and have set the lion's mouth, that they have not hurt me, for much so as before him innocency was found in me, and also before thee, O king, have I done no hurt." Then was the king exceedingly glad. See, praise AHAYAH. Look at the favor. And he even acknowledged, because the way Daniel was so obedient to AHAYAH. Praise AHAYAH. And then the men who accused Daniel end up being put into the lion's den, and they were taken out. Praise AHAYAH. Let me see. Let's see. So, and at the last verse, 28. So this Daniel prospered in the reign of Darius and in the reign of Cyrus the Persian. So that's 4 kingdoms that Daniel prospered in. Praise AHAYAH. He had so much favor for Daniel. 4 kingdoms. And I have to write that down. We're going to write that down. And let me just take this out.
Daniel had a dream and visions of his head.
Hold on. So that's the end of it. Praise AHAYAH Bahashem Yashaya. Woo hoo hoo hoo. That was something. Hold on. Shalom, you back, huh? Okay, but I just want to.
Yeah. The devil be working to keep kicking me out.
I know this thing is busy, so I'm sorry about. And I didn't even change it, so it wasn't even the fact that I switched over to another screen. It's just acting up. But listen, they be acting up anyway, on this thing, Let me just write this down. Okay, so guys, let me just say this. I put that. I'm gonna make this color silver, since that's a light color. I'm gonna make this color silver, and this is the last chapter, and that's chapter 6. And it's just, and this is why I was saying in the beginning, but y'all probably wasn't hearing me. I was so blown away by this book, the book of Daniel. Now, I read Daniel's before, because I used to study Daniel's, but I used to really study it more for end time prophecies, the second half of this. This really blew me away, because really going into it, showing how much favor the Most High had for Daniel. Oh my gosh. It shows, now just reading that last part, it shows that Daniel ruled. He had favor through 4 kingdoms. He had the Nebuchadnezzar kingdom, the Most High had favor on him. He had the sons, Belshazzar's kingdom. he had favor in that. He was, third amongst in line through all the kingdom. Then in Darius' kingdom, he was second in command under the whole kingdom. And then it says that under Cyrus, king of the Persian, Daniel again had favor. So I want to write that down about Daniel. So I'm going to go to the other part of the book where I specifically talk about the prophets and their characteristics. And Daniel, boy, I'm just really want to write this down, so I'm going to show you this. Just for those of you who are looking on how to, take notes and, write this stuff down. Okay, so you can see that. I just put a picture up there that I got off the internet, but let me see if you can see that. Okay, so just writing up his characteristics. So I'm going to highlight this. So Daniel, he was from the tribe of Judah. He was from the tribe of Judah, right? And he's another one who was he was from the kings, a line of the kings. Now it doesn't say that, but it points to that. So I just want to put that down. So he was in it says he was a princely lineage. Okay, and he was in 620 to 538 BC. That is the time that he lived. And he was carried off to Babylon in exile. These are the things under Nebuchadnezzar, right? And then when they were overthrown by the Medes and the Persians, that's when he was under Darius and Cyrus as well. It says Daniel was about 17 or 18 when he went into exile. So he was a young man, and that's when he was under the eunuchs. Okay? He was a young man. And it says, just doing some research, like trying to find out, he died around 85 years old. Just so that you know that. You can put that down. He became third in command, okay, under Belshazzar. And he became second in command under Darius, the king of the Medes. Let me write that down. Was second in command under Darius, the king of the Medes. And he also prospered under Cyrus, the king of the Persian. So the Most High had so much favor for him. Okay, just wanted to put that under Cyrus.
David was a part of that original bloodline.
Yeah, David was for sure, and Solomon. But Daniel, this is for Daniel. It doesn't really say.
Yeah.
It says that he was from the tribe of Judah, and then that Hezekiah had a prophecy that his his bloodline would go under captivity in Babylon and would be a eunuch. So that was the king that was the prophecy that was given to Hezekiah, the king, and he's of that brother. He's from that. So that's why I believe Daniel was a eunuch, and
Correct.
It doesn't really say it in the. But you know that.
Yeah.
It doesn't really say it, but it points to it, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, under Cyrus the king. Okay, so that's it for today. Like for that. I mean, there's more that we should do in terms of this, meaning writing down the observation. What do you observe? And that's what I was giving you guys my observation. What I observed mostly about this chapter is how much favor the Most High had for Daniel. I never really, understood it. Like I knew that he was a prophet and he's one of the four major prophets because of this. But in reading and studying it like this, it really points out how much favor he had for Daniel and how obedient Daniel was. Like in the very beginning, the first chapter, he refused the meat of the king. He didn't even want to defile himself by eating off the king's table, for one. You know? And obviously he kept the law, statutes, and commandments. There was no flaw in him. Where the Most High blessed him with the gifts of interpreting dreams, and giving him visions and all these kind of things. So I just was really blown away about that. That was my observation, and also I, you know, on the application part of it, just seeing how to apply that to our lives or my life, trying to learn how to be more obedient to a higher, because we all want that type of favor. We want the same favor that he gave to Noah, the same favor he gave to Moses, the same favor he gave to Daniel and David and Solomon, and because he is always saying how obedient they were, how righteous these men were in the eyes of the Most High. So these are the things that we should be striving to be, you know. So that's all I want to say. That's my observation, and that's my application. How I would try to apply this story, and these stories to my life. And that's the whole point of going to into the book like this, so that we can learn how to be pleasing in the eyes of a higher. Is there anything you want to say? I thank you for coming on.
You absolutely right. And just from my observation,
Praise the
some it shows a highest love, his grace and his mercy, because
Mm-hmm.
these prophets and these men of God were humans just like us. And
Mm-hmm.
even though they were desires in their hearts were after the most high, they
Yes.
still were surrounded with sin because we were living in the flesh.
Yes.
So
Yes.
Ahaya had mercy on his prophets and his leaders and
Yes.
his men of God, because he
Mm-hmm.
knows the desires of our heart. He know our
Mm-hmm.
thoughts before we were even created in our mother's womb. So,
Mm-hmm.
but he also knew that Daniel' heart was in the right place, and Daniel was
Mm-hmm.
seeking after the Most High, and
Mm-hmm.
that's why the Most High blessed him.
Right. Praise the highest. That's it. And that's what it's just an example for us. We have to learn how to do it. Especially it's hard, and I understand it's hard because we're coming up with these curses. So we had no idea. I mean, that's why this stuff is so amazing to me, because we had no idea who we were, in
Correct.
terms, with the Most High. And now trying to, fight to and claw and trying to get back to Him and figure out, what's pleasing and what's not pleasing. And everything is in the book. So we just really it's up to us to really go into it and really, you know, bring this stuff
Once
out.
once they sent us over here to the Americas on them slave ships,
Hmm.
once we got sold
Hmm.
to the Europeans, which is Esau,
Hmm.
the
Hmm.
Africans are the ones who sold us. The
Hmm.
Africans knew who they were selling to the Europeans. They
Hmm.
knew that they
Hmm.
were giving up the chosen seed.
Hmm.
And we didn't find out, like you said, until later. We didn't know these things. But the Most
Hmm.
High said in the last days and the times that we're living in, that he's going to rise up the tribe of Judah, and he's going to wake up Judah, and Judah going to wake up the rest of the tribes. And if you
Hmm.
notice, which I know you notice,
Hmm.
that's exactly what's going on. There's a strong awakening going on right
Ooh.
now, because the Most High is getting ready to return. The word says we don't know the time or the hour, but we can
Hmm.
look at the signs.
Yes.
And
Yes.
so we looking at the signs, and men marrying men and women marrying
Mm-hmm.
women, and all this corruption
Horrendous.
going on and all this craziness. This is just like the days of Sodom and Gomorrah.
Yes.
We're just repeating it. History just repeats itself. And
Mm-hmm.
right now, humanity is just repeating. That's why America is known as Babylon. We're living in
Mm-hmm.
Babylon the Great because
Mm-hmm.
America is looked at. Everybody looks at America. Whatever America does, the rest of the world follows. And once
Mm-hmm.
America started legalizing gay marriage, homosexual marriage, and all this
Wickedness.
incarceration going on with the tribe of Judah
Mm-hmm.
and the Hispanics also that's going on over here in America,
Mm-hmm.
people are starting to look at it like, wow. And then America, we gonna see with this election going on if they gonna let Kamala go into office. But that's another thing that the Most High don't like. God
Mm-hmm.
put man over woman, not in a
Yeah.
in a derogatory way where you're gonna listen to what I say,
Right.
but
Right.
God put man over woman as the
Yes.
leader, and the
Yes.
woman submits to the man that's following after the Most High. A woman ain't
Yes.
supposed to submit to a man that's following after the world, but if the man is following after the Most High and teaching his household to follow the laws, statutes, and commandments, then a woman is supposed to submit to that. And America has pulling far away from that, far, far away from that. And so has the rest of the world. And God
It's
is
so much
gonna
wickedness.
so much.
It really is so bad, and our people are just trapped in the midst of this madness. You know.
Yeah. And
Oh my.
it's we just gotta pick up that book and read. And once we read and
Yes.
study and find ourselves approved, the Most High
Mm-hmm.
will start touching on our heart and tugging on our heart, and He'll
Mm-hmm.
start showing us and guiding us.
Mm-hmm.
Just like how He led me to you. I've been following
Mm-hmm.
you for years. But
Really?
the Most High, yeah, yeah, the
Praise the
Most High
higher,
led me
brother.
to you. I
Wow.
know your backstory, and we can talk
Mm-hmm.
about that later. But
Okay.
I've been following you for years, and I'm like, the Most High really has touched this woman, and He's really using her in a
Praise the higher.
way. She's being obedient,
Mm-hmm.
you know,
Praise
and
the
that's
higher.
what we have to be a we have to be obedient and listen to what the Most High say. And
Yes.
sometimes it could be difficult. I'm speaking for
Mm-hmm.
myself. Sometimes it could be difficult because we live in this world,
Yeah.
and we
Mm-hmm.
want to play with that worldly, play with our flesh a little bit, but you
Mm-hmm.
know
Mm-hmm.
that ain't what the Most
Mm-hmm.
High want for us. That's not what He want for us, because when He comes back and He return and we reign here for 1,000 years, the Most High, what Christ, He's gonna be purifying our souls, something that they not teaching.
Ooh-wee.
He's gonna be
Mm-hmm.
purifying our souls in that 1,000 year
Mm-hmm.
reign to
Mm-hmm.
get us to go
Mm-hmm.
into the kingdom. We are not worthy
Yeah.
enough to go into the presence of the Most High. He has to purify us and
Mm-mm.
purify our spirits and purify our souls
Mm-hmm.
and get us to stick to His law, statutes, and commandments. That way, when we go into the presence of Him, it's gonna be to give Him all praise, honor, and glory. And
Mm.
that's not they
Praise the
not
higher.
teaching that, sister. They not teaching that. And this is why me and my elder cousin, we have a ministry going on online, and
Okay.
it's
Oh,
something that
really?
he's been doing. Yeah, it's something that he's been doing. But we linked up, and now we're really starting to push a line for Judah and push a line for the 12 tribes and push
Praise
a
the
line
higher.
for the Gentiles that are willing to listen. And if
Yes.
you pay attention, and which I know you have, some
Mm-hmm.
of the Gentiles are starting to wake up and say, you know what, you guys are the chosen.
Mm-hmm.
And the only way we gonna
Yes.
make it is by recognizing that you guys are the chosen and stick to
Yes.
God's laws, statutes, and commandments.
It's gonna be amazing. This
It
thing is
is.
going. It's ready to blow. I mean, just can't wait to see it. We waiting on a man of the Most High to really, you know. So praise the high. So yes, give me your information. That your YouTube you sent me. But what about the your link for your classes or whatever. Would love to check it out.
That's on the actual YouTube. That
Oh, okay,
YouTube
okay.
that I sent you, that's the
Mhm.
YouTube that's a part of me and my cousin. I also have
Okay.
another YouTube called Qadash TV. I'm building that
Okay.
platform up right now as we speak. It's called Qadash TV. But
Okay.
One Stick One Way is the platform that me and my elder cousin are teaching the highest word. We just
Okay.
started it. We about 7 or 8 classes in.
Okay.
Um,
Praise the higher.
and we just doing the work, just like you, sister. We just doing the
Mhm.
work, and
Praise the
excuse me.
higher. Praise the higher.
Yeah, that's we living in our last times, and that's what I was just telling Solomon the Wise. That's my cousin,
Mhm.
Solomon the
Okay.
Wise. I was just
Okay.
telling him earlier. I said, you know, the Most High has really slowed me and you down to do His work. I say we
Mhm.
know that we have to go out and we have to take care of our families.
Mhm.
I have children. I'm not married, but I do have
Mhm.
children, and he's
Mhm.
married with children. And I say
Mhm.
the Most High know that we got to take care of our families because the word of God say a man that don't take care of his family is less than an infidel. That's the enemy of
Mhm.
God. I
Mhm.
say, but God is the Most High. Ahai is putting us in a position to where He wants us to put all our effort and energy into His kingdom. He knows
Yes.
that we have to take care of our family. He knows that we have to
Mhm.
take care of our children. He's gonna bless us with those desires, but we gotta put
Mhm.
Him first.
Yes.
And He had to slow me down physically, and He had to slow him down physically to where now everything is starting to come together and make sense. But if he didn't slow me down, I wouldn't
Mhm.
have been able to reach out to you because I'd be out there, we call it killing dragons to take care of my children, And same with him. He would have been out there killing dragons to take care of his wife and kids.
Mhm.
But,
Mhm.
the Most High works in mysterious ways. He physically had to
Yes.
slow us down to say,
Wow.
hey,
Wow.
this is what I want you guys to do. Yeah.
Wow. Well, I'm glad to hear it because we need it. We need the men of the Most High. You know,
Yeah.
to step up and really, get this thing going because we running out of time. Christ is coming, and a lot
He's
of our
coming.
people ain't gonna make it. They ain't gonna make it. They got to get up out of there, and
Yeah.
this thing is about to blow.
Yeah, you right. You ain't lying. And
Mhm.
so, you know, uh I'm a part of the I don't know if you heard of it, House of Judah International Fellowship. They the
Oh,
ones who baptized me. Now they were linked to the
okay, okay.
GLCC.
Oh,
Um
okay. I was gonna ask you
Elder
because I know you. I see you calling on the name and everything. I was gonna ask you. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
yeah. I got mad love for Elder Ricard and
Mhm.
Elder Lawyer, but I'm not a part of that church.
Mhm.
Um,
Mhm.
I'm a part of House of Judah International.
Okay.
But I'm in my own lane. They baptized me. I just got baptized in the name of Ahaya Yashaya. Um,
Uh-huh.
I just got baptized just this summer.
Oh, okay.
I
Thank you,
was just
Haya.
seeking after because I know that many are
Well,
called but
welcome
few
to
are
the
chosen.
body of Yashaya. Welcome to the
That's
body of
right.
Yashaya, brother. Bless you.
Yeah. Yes. Thank you. And I know, I said, I've been baptized in that other name, that J name,
Mhm.
but I knew
Okay.
that that name didn't carry no weight. And
Mhm.
I said, I've been baptized in that other name twice. And I
Wow.
said, I
Okay.
have, my spirit was just, the spirit was just working at me like, son, you got to get baptized in my name. You know my name, you know my son's name,
Wow. Praise the
and
Haya.
you have to get baptized in my name. And so I got baptized in Ahaya's name, by Hashem Yashaya.
Shaya.
And ever since then, things have just been opening up, and he's been showing me, son, I want to use you, but you keep fighting me. Slow down, stop fighting me, and let me use you. I know the desires of your heart. I know your needs, but because you keep following after the worldly and after your flesh, this is why. certain things haven't been working out. And so now that I've just completely humbled myself and said,
Mhm.
hi, I'm gonna listen to you and I'm gonna do your will, he's
Mhm.
been showing me that these doors are gonna open up. But
Wow.
I need you to let me close these doors. You still
Mhm.
trying to keep they halfway closed, but they halfway open. You need to let me
Mhm.
completely close these doors so I can open up these other doors. And that's what I've been working on. And so just listening to you and listening to you give your class today, I'm like, okay, I see it now.
Ain't that
You know,
deep
because
though? Yeah. Praise the high. I'm brother, and I feel like like a woman not supposed to be teaching men. You know. So
you're
this
right.
really was. This is for sisters. Really. But if brothers want to come, if they want to hear, or maybe just make sure, you know. But we ain't supposed to be doing that for y'all. Y'all have to
You're
do. Y'all
right.
have to deal with the Most High. But I'm glad that you came. I'm glad to meet you, and I'm glad that you're here. You know, and
Yeah,
this
most
is
definitely. And
you
you're
know.
right about that.
Mhm.
The women are not supposed to be teaching the men. It's supposed to be the other way
Other
around.
way
And I
around.
know
Yeah.
that.
Yeah.
And
Yeah. Yeah.
I know that. And I'm teaching, like I said, and
Mhm.
I'm playing my role. But
Mhm. Mhm.
um, as a sister in Christ, I felt like I needed to just reach out to you and keep you motivated and keep you encouraged. Just to let
I
you to know, hey,
appreciate that,
sister.
brother.
Um, you read in the you when you read in the Bible, the Most High used
Mhm.
women too.
Yeah. Praise the higher.
So you're allowing Him to use you because
Mhm.
we're living in a time to where the Most High gonna use men and women because
Yes.
time is
Yes.
running out.
Yes. I believe so.
See, if this was
We.
2,000 years ago, 3,000 years ago,
Yeah. There's no
then
need
y-
for me to
but
even
now
say
we at the
nothing.
end. We at the tell end. So
We're
the Most
detrimental
High gonna use
times.
whoever is
Yeah.
willing to allow Him to use them.
Mhm. Mhm. Praise the higher,
Yep.
brother. I understand, but I just I know it's a real thin line, and it's a very tricky situation. With me having to talk and tell our people because of what's going on in Babylon, because the delicacy of this situation, because of what's going on with our brothers. So I understand, that this is why the Most High would use me at this time. But I know I have to remain humble, and I can't be, even though I be talking to our brothers and saying stuff and putting things out there, you know, Most High knows, and He dealt with me regarding the men of the Most High. And I love the men of the Most High. I love you, brothers, and I know you are kings. And we just waiting for y'all to come and do what y'all supposed to do. We waiting. The whole earth is waiting for you guys. You know?
Yes. Yes.
Praise the higher. So
And when
it's
we go into that wilderness, it states that
mhm.
it's gonna be what, 8 women to one man.
Mhm.
So
7, yep. Yep.
it's not gonna be in a physical sexual type of way. These women
Mhm.
are gonna
Mhm.
cling to the men of God so that they can be
Mhm.
led,
Yep.
because it's gonna be a battle in that wilderness. And
Yep.
the scriptures state that
Yes.
everybody that goes into the wilderness ain't gonna make it.
Yeah.
Only 10% of everybody that goes into the wilderness is gonna make it. So just
Yes.
because you got all these different camps calling on all these other names, like I heard you speak on earlier,
Mhm. Mhm.
God is going to purge out once we go into that wilderness, it's going to be a purging, and He's going to narrow it down to everybody that's calling on the right name, and then everybody
Yep.
that's calling on the right name, He's going to do another purge.
Mhm.
So everybody
Yep.
that go into that wilderness not going to make it. So
Yep.
we have to purify our hearts now in the body of
Mhm.
Christ. We
Mhm.
have to start changing our mind in the way we think now, and changing our heart now. Because when we
Yep.
go into that wilderness, we gonna be tested.
Yes. It's a lot. It's a lot, and our people, we got to get it together. That's why I'm crying out to Israel. We got to get it together. Don't think this is play. It ain't play. You know,
It's not.
Most High is not playing with Israel, and He's dealing with the house of Israel. And I've seen people get dealt with here, and so you know, maybe that's why a lot of people don't even want to come. A lot of them ain't are scared, but you still gotta come. You just gotta get yourself together. I mean, it ain't that hard, you know. You know,
Yeah, you're
just gotta
right.
get it together.
A lot of people are scared and see me. I'm solid in my foundation, and I understand the rules and the laws of the Most High. So when I came and I reached out to you, it wasn't for me to go up under your leadership and
Right, right.
it was for me to connect with my sister in
Praise the higher.
Christ. And it
Listen,
was
we
for me,
waiting.
excuse me, it was for me to let you know and motivate you, sister, keep going. The
Praise the
spirit
higher.
has led me to see. A lot of people say, "Oh, the Most High told me this, the Most High told me that," and they're speaking incorrectly because we ain't worthy enough for the Most High to speak to us directly. Now, He will allow the Holy Spirit to guide us. He would allow the Holy Spirit to put, per se, intuitions inside of us. But to say that the Most High said anything to anybody, it's not one person worthy on this planet of that. But He will
Right.
communicate to the Holy Spirit to communicate to individuals, to put a spirit inside of individuals, to let individuals know, hey, you go on the right, you on the right side, or you on the left side.
Right.
So that's another thing that's got to be taught and spoke on is, a lot of people are misspeaking on the Most High, and they're not speaking correctly. And we just got to come together as a body. I look at you as a part of the body. We got to
Praise
come
the
together
higher.
as a
Yep.
body, and we got to use the Most High's. We got to do the Most High's work. We are living at the
Yes.
tail end. We are
Yes.
at, and you know that we are at the
Yes.
tail end.
Yes, brother.
People be thinking, "Oh,
Praise the higher.
I got time. I got time. I got time to get right." Nope, that time is running out. Time is
Yes.
ticking
So, like,
fast.
when are you coming out of Babylon? What's going on?
I got to. That's what I'm working on. I'm working on getting my passport and trying to set up some things to come out of Babylon
Okay.
because I know that this place is gonna be destroyed. It's gonna be destroyed in water. I know that, just like
Yeah.
the rest of the planet is, and it's
Yeah.
gonna be destroyed in fire, just like the rest of the planet is. And I got to get out of this place. So that's what I'm working on to flee Babylon. I do have children here, and I was just speaking to my cousin earlier, my elder earlier about that. But the Most High is just putting it on my heart. Hey, to let the dead bury the dead. Pick up your cross and follow me. And that's what
Praise
I'm
the
having a
higher.
hard time with because those children came out of my loins. They're a part of me. They're
Yes.
my seeds.
Yes. Yes.
But the Most High is letting
Praise the
me
higher.
know, hey, you can stay here if you want to, and you can put them over me, and you're gonna deal with the consequences. And so that's what I'm starting to wake up and realize. So yeah, but I'm preparing to flee Babylon, and uh House of Judah has been letting me know that, get my passport and start
Passport
preparing
forward.
to flee.
Oh, now is this? Oh, those brothers that you're talking about, are they the ones that are in Egypt? Ooh, sorry. Are they the ones that's in Egypt?
No, they're not in Egypt. They're based out of Florida, but they travel around the world
Oh, I
baptizing
heard of
people
them.
and doing. Yeah, they travel around the world baptizing people. They're the ones who came out and baptized me. Um, but they're not out of Egypt. They're based out of Florida.
Oh, but do they think that I've heard of these guys, and I think that they believe to go to Egypt. Is those the same
No,
guys?
no, no,
Because
no,
they
no,
came
no.
from under Elder Vakar, but they are kind of separate. But they call on a higher, praise a higher, and they know to flee. But that I don't know if they know to come to Jordan. I think they may not, because of Elder Ricard saying don't go to Jordan, don't go to Jordan. A lot of people don't want to go to Jordan when it's the only place. So are they those guys that
No, they're not. No, they're
Oh,
not those
okay.
guys.
Oh, okay.
But when you study in the scripture and it talks about
Mhm.
fleeing, it says that
Mhm.
we're supposed to flee into the land of Canaan.
Mhm. Mhm.
That's the promised land, and that's where
Okay.
we're supposed to be fleeing to. Now, Jordan is close to the land of Canaan. It's on those borders. So
Yeah.
you are thinking right. But when we go into the promised land, the land of milk and honey, it's the
Mhm.
land of Canaan.
Yeah, but Christ is going to bring us in there. It says, in Matthew
Exactly.
10, it says, don't go into the land of Israel until Yashaya brings us in. So that's why we're on the
Exactly.
outskirts, the
Exactly.
outskirts.
And see, Israel now, where those
Mhm.
Ashkenazi Jews is,
Mhm.
that's not
Yeah.
the real Jerusalem. That place is going to be destroyed too.
Mhm. It has to be cleansed. It has to
Exactly,
be cleansed.
because all
But
those Ashkenazi Jews over there
mhm.
have screwed that place up. So you're
Well,
right. It has to be
yeah,
cleansed.
he's cleansing it now. You see what's happening to Gaza.
Exactly.
It's
Exactly.
being cleansed because it says that Judah will be in Gaza, on that
Mm-hmm.
coast once it's
Yeah.
cleansed.
Yeah.
So praise the high, because I just was reading that one maybe 2 weeks ago, talking about Gaza and how
So
you
yeah,
know.
brothers is right. That's telling you that a man can't go up under your leadership, and that's absolutely right. But they're telling you
Mhm.
something that you already know. you know,
Mhm.
you just doing the
Yeah, they
most
ain't got
high's
to worry
work.
about me. I'm not trying to
Yeah,
be no leader. I'm not no leadership. There ain't no leadership over here. I'm not the leader.
exactly.
I'm just
Now
telling
let
you
me ask
where
you
to go.
this:
Mhm.
Are you married, or is it just you?
Yeah.
Okay, is your husband on
I
the
have a
same page as you?
promise. I have a promise. You know,
Okay, so you're not.
engaged. Yeah. Yeah. I'm
Okay,
engaged.
okay,
Mhm.
okay. That's good. And
Mhm.
is your is he under? Do you guys have the same faith and same belief?
Yeah.
Oh, okay, okay,
Mhm.
okay.
Mhm.
So
Yes.
maybe the
Praise the
Most
high.
High
Yeah.
is.
Thanks.
I don't. Yeah, I don't know you guys' story, but
I don't
you
know
know.
why I'm here so long, without him, but that's between the Most High, The Most High is doing what he's doing, so I'm
So
just
he's
being
in the
obedient.
states.
Yeah, he's moving around. Yeah,
Oh, okay, okay. Yeah, the
yeah,
Most High. He's going. In due time, he'll bring him to you if that's
if
his
he
will.
willing. Yes.
If not, I've learned we gotta. I'm not proud of it, but I've been married Babylonian twice, and both of them failed. So a lot
Really?
of the times we go after what we desire and what we think, but it's not what the Most
Yeah,
High want.
that's
So
true. And that's
sometimes we
all I
gotta
say.
let things go.
I'm just being obedient. This is what
Exactly.
I'm doing. But who knows what the Most High is really doing? But praise the higher. You know,
Yeah. Praise the Higher.
He got me sitting here, and speaking and telling the children of Israel where to go. This is what I'm supposed to do. So, you know.
Yeah. 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 No, I totally understand. So you're not a part of the GOCC anymore?
Well, I was baptized with the elder Zah through GLCC, but me and Elder Ricard always, from when soon as I came out and I was in Jordan, it's been a problem. So I don't have nothing against the brother, and I don't have anything against GLCC, of course, because this is where the Most High told this. This is the talking points. This is what He told me to say. GOCC. This is the church. This is the remnant. So that's what they're coming. You know. Now whether I
Yeah.
don't know how Elder Ricard is gonna act. If he's coming to Jordan,
Yeah.
maybe he's not even coming to Jordan. Maybe he's going to take them to Saudi Arabia. I don't know. But all this is what I'm told to tell. Jordan is the place. I've given the scriptures, I've,
Hmm.
I don't know if you've got to see the Qadash, the blog that I wrote. That all that information. It wasn't for me. I didn't know this information. It was what the Most High showed me. So I gave it to the children of Israel. Kadesh is Jordan, and this is where He told me, to tell them to
You
come.
know, you want to know something? That's
Yeah,
my little cousin's name, Qadash.
Kadash. Oh, okay. Means holy.
Yeah,
Praise the
he
higher.
oh, that's his name,
Mhm.
Qadash, and
Mhm.
his father is my older cousin, and his
Mhm.
father is the one that I have the ministry with.
Oh, okay.
So,
Yeah. How
but
old is it?
we're not a church. We're not a church, and we don't even want to build a church because we realize that the Most High Spirit does not dwell in temples made by men.
Mhm.
So we are doing our movement online because that's where the Most High has led us. But me and him
Mhm.
had a long talk today.
Mhm.
We don't want to have a church. We have a movement, which is called One
Okay.
Stick One Way.
Okay.
One stick, one
Praise the
way, and
higher.
that's in the book of Ezekiel. God said
Okay.
that He's gonna make Judah
In Israel, yeah.
and
One
Israel
stick.
unite in one stick. I'm sorry, I
Okay.
keep my throat is a little. I don't know. I need to drink some water or something. But yeah, He said He's gonna make
I'll get.
join it into
I'll
one
dr- I'll
stick.
drink some water for you.
Yeah, and so that's what we doing, and that's why we going. We're forming our movement, one stick, one way, and we're getting a lot of feedback and a lot of um the subscribers will start coming. We just started this. I said, like I told you, we 7 or 8 videos in, but we're getting
Mhm.
a lot of views and a lot of people are reaching out and a lot of people are wanting us to come on podcasts and
Mhm.
and speak this word and talk this
Praise
word
the
because
higher.
a lot of people don't know the truth and a lot of people are pulling away from these lies they've been taught.
Mhm.
You know, if they ain't
Yes.
changing, if people ain't changing their dietary laws, if they ain't eating the right way, if they ain't calling on the right name, if they not praying, fasting, and reading, they not gonna make it.
Nope.
So,
And
you
some of
know,
them
we
ain't
don't eat.
even. Listen. Some of them ain't even waking up. The Most High ain't even waking them up. That's how
Real
bad it
talk.
is.
Yeah, real talk. Real talk. Waking them up, that's number one, like you said. And then two, they don't want to get rid of these Babylonian ways of celebrating all these pagan holidays and eating all this pagan way of eating. They diet ain't right. They still eating this shrimp, crab, pork, lobster, and eating all these
Mhm.
crazy foods that the Most High
Mhm.
forbid and told us not to eat.
Mhm.
It's like so they got to start with that first, cleaning up
It's a.
the way they eat and cleaning up not celebrating these pagan holidays, and then the Most
Yes.
High will start working on you. And I'm just
Mhm.
speaking from experience. I had to change my
Mhm.
diet first, and
Praise
I
the
had
higher.
to stop celebrating these pagan holidays. That was the
Mhm.
beginning. And as
Mhm.
I stayed faithful to that, and the Most High saw that the desires of my heart changed,
Mhm.
then He started opening up and making me understand Scripture. Because I used to
Mhm.
read the Bible but didn't understand it. Now I read something and bang, I get revelation.
Yes. Ain't
I'm
it
like, Most
amazing?
High, I read this same
Mhm.
Scripture, these same verses a
Mhm.
hundred times. I'm just
Mhm.
paraphrasing. Of course, it
Mhm.
ain't been no 100 times, but a bunch of times, and I
Yeah.
never
Yeah.
understood it the way I understand it now.
Yes. So how long you been
So
in the truth, brother?
I've been
How
in the
long?
truth. Uh, I'm gonna say about 6 or 7 years now.
Wow.
The
Praise
first
the
year and
higher.
a half, 2 years, the first year
Mhm.
and a half, 2 years, I was fighting because I was
Mhm.
like, "What you mean I can't eat gumbo? I can't eat gumbo. I can't eat crabs no more. I can't, you know, at
I
all.
know, right?
I can't celebrate Christmas no more. What you talking about? I can't say
Mhm.
celebrate Thanksgiving." I
Mhm.
had a hard time with that, and
Mhm.
about 2 years into it, I just finally decided, okay. I'm gonna eat right. I'm gonna stop eating these forbidden foods that the Most High say we can't eat, and I'm gonna give up the
Mhm.
pagan holidays. And then once I
Yes.
did that, the Most High started working on my heart and giving me
Mhm.
revelation. And once
Mhm.
again, this is what led me here to have this conversation with you. And I've
Praise
had
Ahaya.
conversation with several other brothers
Uh-huh.
that are in the truth. And that's what led me to the House of Judah International. They baptized me, but no, they're not the ones over there in where do you say Egypt? They're not that's not them.
Oh, okay.
Because there's another House of Judah.
Okay.
Um and it could be them. I'm not sure, but no, these guys that I'm a part of, no, they're here in the States and they just got back. They were over they got where I can't remember where they were, but they were over in some country baptizing some people, and
Mm-hmm.
they came back to the States, but they're getting ready to leave, and they've been telling me same thing you saying, brother.
Mm-hmm.
You better get your passport and you better start
Mm-hmm.
preparing because it's about to go down.
Mm-hmm.
You
Yes,
know,
it
and
is. It's serious.
when they said that Trump was going to be the last president here in America, I really
Mm-hmm.
truly believe that's going to be true. Either he's going to get reelected or Kamala's going to be in office, and that's when it's going to be smoking the city.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't. I think he's gonna get in, and I think that's gonna be it. I think they're gonna
Yeah.
take, but they're gonna take him out too. That's another thing. They trying. They trying.
Yeah,
So,
they already didn't
but
try once already.
yeah. So he probably gonna make it in though, and it's on. You know.
It's on. Yeah. Yep. It's
Like I say,
on.
it's
Yeah.
up. It's up. It's up. It's
It's
up.
up. You ain't lying. It's up.
And
So
our people just need to get out because there's a lot of things to do. There's a lot of preparation to be done, and and I'm trying, but it's not
what
for
led you
me.
to what led you to Jordan?
Ahaya, I'm telling you, Ahaya, I have just a big story about this, how I got here and why I end up here. And then I told you when I was here, once I got here, but I had to be obedient first. He just led me out to Israel. I went to Israel first, and I was sitting in Israel, and I didn't know I was a Hebrew Israelite brother. I didn't know nothing about the Hebrew Israelite walk. I just left because it was Most High was telling me go. So once I left, I was obedient. Then he started to reveal to me. Then once I was in Egypt, then I ran across Elder Vicar's video, "Come Out of Her, My People," and then that started. I contacted Elder Vicar, and he sent out Elder Zah and another brother, and then from there, I got information about being Israelite. But then he started showing me while I was in America. He showed me about the holy days and told me about the calendar, and I didn't know anything. So that just led me on the path. And once I hit up GOCC. That's when all the problems started. I started getting hacked. I started getting death threats, all because I was asking about this calendar. But see, the Most High had told me about the calendar. So I had to go to him and ask him. And when I did, all Hades broke out. So this is how this is.
So
So,
you saying when you went to Elder Ricard asking him about the calendar, that's when all Hades broke out?
hmm well, I
Wow.
don't know if you know how much you know. You must don't really know about the saga, but he's been speaking. Elder Vakar speaks against me. You
Yeah,
know
I know he
that, right?
does. I just
Oh,
didn't want
okay.
to I didn't
Oh,
want to go all off into that.
oh no, no,
Yeah,
no.
I
He
know he
speaks against
does.
me, and it started because of that. It's been 15 years of us going back and forth, but I didn't understand why. It was the Most High. So it's odd that you had said what you said, like the Most High don't deal with people, brother. I got a whole nother story. And I know because I'm a woman, it makes it even harder for people to believe. But it was the Most High. He's the one who showed me the calendar. He sent me to a church that this man at this church in California. It was amazing. I had this urge before I woke up to the truth. This is all before I woke up to the truth. I had this urge to go to California. Now I'm a musician, I'm a singer. So of course, LA is the hub. But music New York is also the capital of the music industry. So, but I had this urge to go to LA, and I had to go. So I ended up going, but I thought it was to cultivate my music, you know. But when I got there, after like first I got there and I was just doing my thing, and then all of a sudden the Most High started to work me up to the truth, and He started showing me things, and the next thing I knew, I had to go to Israel, and I didn't know why. I never even thought to go to Israel. It never even crossed my mind, but all of a sudden the Most High showed me Jerusalem, and I knew I had to go. And then it just started like, oh, maybe I should go. It went from a thought to like I had to leave. And I was asking the Most High, why I gotta go, And so it spiraled, and then I end up. I was next thing I know, I'm sitting in Israel. After He sent me to this church, and He showed me His holy days. Then I had to, I was leaving, already set up to leave. I left. Then when I was sitting in Israel, about a month in, then I ran across Elder Ricard's "Come Out of Her, My People." I was already out, and I
Mm.
contacted Elder Ricard, and I said, I saw your video. I'm so glad. I'm here, and I don't know why I'm here. I'm here in Israel, sitting in here, and I didn't know why I was there. Most High never told me why I needed to go. He just told me to go, so I went. And when I saw the "Come Out of Her, My People" video with Elder Bakar, then I was like, wow, this is the church. Because I knew when I was in California, I thought that was the remnant. I had always been praying, because I told you I was studying the book of Daniel, and I was studying Revelations. So I read about there's a remnant that will be saved. So I used to pray to the Most High while I was in Brooklyn, still in Babylon. I want to be part of that remnant. Please, please, please. I used to beg the Most High. So when I went to the church in California, I was like, this is the remnant, because they were keeping the holy days. They kept the Feast of Tabernacles, they kept the Feast of Trumpets, and they kept the Feast of Day of Atonement. They knew about this. I never knew about these feasts, and they kept it at the right time. Now that I know the calendar, they kept it at the right time too. Now I don't know how that pastor knew. He knew, but he didn't know, because he really didn't know. He knew he was a Hebrew, but he was still dealing with the Catholic, a part of the Catholic doctrine. So but that's why the Most High sent me to that church, to get the calendar, to understand the calendar. But now I didn't know everything. I just, He put in my spirit about finding the first day of the year. I didn't know nothing. I just knew about the first day of the year. So when I talked to Elder Ricard, and he sent Elder Zah out, one of his elders, that's what I was talking to him about. I was like, we got to find the first day of the year, because we got to get on the right days. But we can't get on the right days unless we know the first day of the year. I don't even know how I knew that, brother. Like it sounds so foreign to me, because I knew nothing. But I was talking to the elder like this. I was saying, we got to find the first day of the year. Oh, hello? Oh, he dropped up. Well, that's the story. Praise a higher. And maybe he'll come back. But if he comes back, but I'm getting so tired. Praise a higher by Shemshire. I want to say shalom, Sister Michelle. I see your comment. Praise a higher. And thank you all for coming and joining me. Sister Michelle, White, Akdoom Brush, the Holy One of Israel, Aqua Faith, Hope. Bless you, sister. And Karash. I'm definitely going to check out your YouTube channel, and we're going to see, you know. Oh, here he is. He's back. Hold on.
Oh yeah,
Hey.
I'm telling you, Satan be working.
Yeah,
He didn't
yeah,
kick me out like 10 times. I'm sorry,
yeah.
sister.
That's
But
okay.
so
Yeah,
you
the
said
story is
you
amazing.
you said that you were telling them that the information on the calendar gotta be released, and that's kind of where the problem started with you on GLCC.
Yeah. Soon as I was talking to Elder Zah about it first, cause I went to him first, cause he was with me in Egypt. He came out, and I met him, and he went back to Babylon, but then he came back like some years, like not a year, maybe 8 months or so. It took him. He came back and he came and met me in Egypt. So we were together. So I started telling him about the calendar and about the feast days. He didn't keep the feast days. He didn't keep the Feast of Tabernacle. He didn't do the Day of Atonement, and he didn't do the Feast of Trumpets because I asked him, and I was telling him what had happened to me in California, but he didn't know. But I kept the feast, and then I started asking him about the first day of the year. How do we find the first day of the year? And he didn't know. He didn't know. And then I contacted Elder Ricard because this is who the Most High showed me. Now I tried to listen to other guys. I went to GMS. I tried to listen to them. As soon as I turned them on, I would get a headache. I couldn't
That's how I
even.
feel.
Yeah, I can't even listen to them. I don't
Yeah.
listen to no other group. The IUIC, those guys, I don't listen to none of them. Most High kept me straight with them because if I tried to veer off, he showed me I would get headaches. I couldn't listen. So that's why I know to stay with GLCC. And listen, everything that the Most High told me and showed me is what Elder Vakar was bringing out. He even verified the name Ohio to me. And let me tell you this quickly, I won't keep you too long. But I'll tell you, Elder Vakar brought out the name Ohio, right? It resonated in my spirit even before the Most High even confirmed it to me. But how he confirmed it to me was, okay, I was in Egypt at the time. I told you Elder Zah came. No, this is before Elder Zah came. I was in Egypt, and then my mom contacted me, and my sister came to visit me in Israel, right? I met her in Israel. I was in Egypt, but I went to Israel to meet my sister, and she came. Then while we were in Israel, my mom contacted me and told me she was sick again, and my mom had cancer before, and now it came back, and this was years later. So she wanted me to come back home, but I had made a vow to the Most High that if He let me out and let me leave, I wouldn't go back. So I was like, telling my sister, I can't go back. I can't go back. But my mom had called me and told me to come back, and I was like, I didn't know, but I had told my sisters because she was there with me. I was like, I can't go back. I already made a vow to the Most High, and I said I wouldn't go back. So but now I think that's why my sister was there. It was kind of like a setup. But my mom was sick, and she was, So I prayed about it, and then, I remembered that the Most High told me when I first was leaving. This man came and prophesied to me and told me that I would take a trip and that I was going to leave. But he told me that I would return, and he said, when you return, nothing would be the same. So I knew that the Most High had told me that I would go back. But I had to remember that. So when my mom called me and told me that she was sick and my sister was with me in Israel, I said, okay, maybe I should go back because the man did tell me I would return. So then I ended up going back. And while I was back, when I went back, I took a trip with my sister for the 4th of July. She had this big barbecue thing upstate. She did a cabin, a few of her friends. So I went with her to this thing. And when I was there, I saw they had this fair, like they were selling stuff and this and that. So I saw this little like Indian guy. He looked like a Mexican, but he was Indian. And that's telling it within itself. Because a lot of people don't believe in the 12 tribe chart and all this stuff. But the Most High, He has His way of showing. So the guy, he looked like a Mexican. I thought he was Mexican. But I went over to him because I had seen Elder Vakar's video about the tribe of Gad. Now you got to understand, my mom always told us, me and my sisters, that we were Indian. We had Blackfoot Indian. So I already knew that we were, part Indian. And we had Indian in our bloodline because
What is your dad?
my dad is African, he's Judah. So I
Okay.
think, but that's another story because I'm going to tell you something else. And I don't really talk about this too much. But my so I went over to the guy and I asked him myself, the Most High put it on my spirit to ask this man. Now he was, I thought he was Mexican, but he turned out to be an Indian. When I asked him, I was like, so where you from? You know,
Native
he said
American Indian.
he was a Native American Indian, and he told me that his great grandfather told him. I said, what's the name of your God? I specifically asked him. He said, Haya. And he
Yes.
said it came from his great grandfather, three
Yeah, those Native
generations.
Americans, they got
Yep.
old videos of them calling on the Aya. They know the
Mm-hmm.
name.
Yes. So that was confirmation for me because Most High needed me to know because in this I get a lot of people try to talk about the name. Even now Elder Vakar's been teaching that and he's been struggling with people with the name. So he had to confirm it with me for me to be able to stand here and stand strong, you know, and let
Hmm.
our people know. So he gave me that, and I'm so thankful to Ahaya for revealing, giving me confirmation. He revealed it, and Elder Vakar brought it out, but I definitely got confirmation by meeting that Indian guy, and I also was able to tell him who he was and that they was gonna come out. I told them about that they was gonna come out on ships back across the water again. So praise Ahaya for that. Meeting that young man. So,
So
but
let's
that's
get
my.
back to to
Uh-huh.
to uh to what is your dad?
Oh, okay. So let me tell you. So my dad, I know him as being Judah. But let me tell you what happened to me when I went to that church. Let me tell you what happened to me when I went to that church and I was, telling them, I was telling, we gotta leave. They didn't leave. They didn't believe me, and I was asking the Most High, why they not believing me? Why they don't, why they not receiving the word? They because they wasn't the church. They wasn't the church. But what happened to me was the day before I was leaving. It was my last day. He came. The pastor of the church came to me. He said, he said, before you came, he had a full congregation at his church, a big church. Not it wasn't a big church, it was a storefront church, but he had a lot of people. He said they had a big falling out, a separation at the church. And one of the deacons, before they left, he prophesied to this pastor and told the pastor that the law was going to come to his church. The law, right? This is what he told me. He said he told me that the law was coming to his church. He said, I'm just realizing now that it's you. He said he told me that I was the prophecy of the law coming to his church. So I was like, wow, I didn't know how to take that. So I said, I just said, because a lot of things had happened to me while I was at the church. Like it was like the Most High sent me to the church for a reason. But I believe the reason now, understanding, was to get those holy days. He showed me those holy days while I was at the
Mm,
church, and this was
mm.
before I even ran into Elder Vakar online. He showed me the holy days. So I believe that's why I had to go to that church before he sent me out.
And that was the getting you back to the law.
Yes, but this man was letting me know that what who I was to him. And
Mm.
now and that made me believe that maybe I'm not Judah. My father, guess what? My
But
father was adopted into the
okay,
family that he was in. And so I don't know whether he was Judah or he could have been Levi. So
okay.
that's ironic for me, that I I don't know. But the man gave me that word.
Mm.
And
Either
so
way you go, the Most High is working with you, and
yeah,
you are a part of the 12 tribes, and
yeah.
put it.
Praise a higher. I don't know
This is being
how
put
or
on.
what.
This is being put on your spirit right now to
Hmm.
seek, 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 seek. Seek ye the kingdom of heaven and all this righteousness and
Yes,
all these things will be added unto you.
yes,
Seek, and the Most High is going to give you revelation of who your
yes,
daddy is.
yes. Praise the higher.
He's gonna give it to you.
I am so,
You,
and
you
I
go
was
ahead.
thinking I probably have to wait till Christ, you know, because He's gonna separate us, and
He
give
is.
us full understanding. But I don't know.
But yeah, he is gonna give us understanding. And when we go through those 12 gates, we gonna know what tribe we are from by what gate we go through.
Mm,
But the
mm,
Most High, He knows that that's on your heart. And
mm,
if I'm wrong, correct me. But He knows that that's on your heart.
mhm,
Keep
mhm.
seeking and keep praying, and He's gonna reveal to you what
Praise
tribe
the
you're
higher.
from.
Praise the higher, brother.
And He's just put revelation in me that I'm gonna stand in agreements
Mhm.
with you, in agreements with you,
Praise the
that the
higher.
Most High reveals to you what tribe you're from, because that's
Mhm.
all gonna play a role.
Mhm.
I don't know why the Most High has led me to you. I don't know, but my
I know.
spirit, you
I
know
could. Yeah,
why?
I know. To tell you it's time to leave. That's what I'm
Mm,
told to tell people when they come to me. Because only not only a few people come. It's like who the Most High choose will come, and when they come, this is what I have to tell you. It's time to
mm,
get to leave. You have to leave,
mm,
and Jordan is the safe place. And try not to let people deter you, because there's people out here that's leading people different places. This is the place, and that's what he wants. So I understand when people come, what I'm supposed to say. You know,
mm,
it's time to go, brother, because he really needs. And listen, there's a lot of brothers here, and a lot of Israelite here. They need to be put in the right perspective. They're all over the place over here. So we need a body of Yashaya standing here in Jordan. This is what's going to bring our people out. And
mm,
our people got to know that. It's not you prophesying there. It's you standing here and prophesying. They need to see the men of the Most High standing here. And you got to be under the right doctrine, the right name, brother. And then you have sisters who will help you. But most of these brothers, they all over the place. Either they don't believe on this or they don't believe this. The fact that you are under Elder Ricard, because that is the remnant, that church, that's the true understanding. So if you got it, brother, then this is where you need to get to.
yeah, like I said, Elder recall GLCC is not the ones who baptized me, but he's the one who brought me into the truth and got me into calling
Praise the
on the
higher.
right name. And
I heard
I
it.
listen to Elder Recall's teachings 2 or 3 times a week.
Have you
You
taken
know,
the Bible Academy yet? At least once or
I
twice?
haven't. I have not gone into the academy.
Wow.
I do my own reading and studying.
Wow.
Um, I'm dealing with some health issues, and I
Okay.
pray that you keep me in your prayers.
I will, brother.
Um,
Definitely.
I'm dealing with health issues,
Okay.
and like I said, the Most High had to slow me down and get me to this point to get my attention, because when I
Yep.
was walking around healthy, I was
Mhm.
living in the world,
Mhm.
and He knew that the only way to get my attention was by slowing me down
Praise the
to
higher.
where
Well, I'm
now I
sorry
have
to
no
hear that you.
choice.
I'm sorry to hear that, and I'll definitely be praying for you. But that's probably what it is, And He led you this way to give you that message. It's time to go. You
Yeah,
got to
yeah,
come
yeah.
out, brother. And I also tell people, like, y'all got to take that Hebrew Bible Academy so that we could be on one accord. And I'm so
Hmm.
thankful that you already calling on the name, and you probably got majority of the doctrine. But just to be clear, because our people are all over the place, brother, when it comes to these doctrine. So what he's telling me is telling this that we got to come on one accord. We got to be on the same doctrine, you know, baptism, everything. We have to be on one accord. And so
Hmm.
that's
All
yeah,
praises, and I can receive that. And
praise the high.
this is it's this is confirmation, because I was told from another individual that I need to join that academy.
Ooh, Praise Ahaya. And
So
that's confirmation. Because as much as, I'm bad mouthed and everybody be talking, from GLCC, that is the church. Whether I like it or not. I have to just swallow my pride too, you know, and just say what it is. But the infiltration is there. I would do it on your way out. You can take it anywhere in the world, so you don't have to be there in America taking it. It's just
yeah,
for
and
the doctorate.
I haven't taken that jab, and I'm not gonna take the jab.
Oh yeah, definitely. That's a no-no, brother. That's why you
Yeah.
got to get out before they start. They bringing that back up because it's coming. It's coming.
Hmm.
All of it is coming. And listen, Jordan will be the first place that shuts down because they did it before. That was just a run. That was just a practice run. You know, we got to
Mm.
get here and get our stuff together and get prepared. There's a lot of preparation to do on this side. People just, you know, our people, first of all, our people got to get together. There's a lot of brothers and sisters here. They just all over the place. So if you got the right doctrine and a strong mind, because see, this is the thing with a lot of these brothers. Everybody, they really on that. I hate to say it, that spirit of, you know, what you call it? That guy, there's a brother on YouTube that talks about it. They just follow each other. So they all want a fellowship, and they be calling on all different gods and all kind of stuff here, brother. They need brothers who are strong in the faith, who not gonna be swayed.
Yeah,
You
they
know,
bounce to and fro, and
yeah,
they have
the
no solid foundation.
right. It's the get along game. You know what they call that? The get along game.
Yeah, yeah,
The
yeah,
Yeah. So everybody just happy to see Bruce. You so happy to see Bruce that you willing to go for anything, and that ain't of the Most High.
mm-mm.
He ain't even the Lord. He ain't even like that. The Most High, nothing in the Bible gives that indication that the Most High is tolerating that type of behavior. That just because we Hebrews or we black, that we get passes for that. It ain't. It don't even work that way in the Bible. So I don't know why our people come out here and be acting like that.
Mm. Yeah.
You know,
All praises, sister, all praises.
praise the high. So
Yeah.
it's
So
you got your work cut out, brother.
yes, I do. I got
Praise
my
the
work
high.
cut out. Yes,
So
I
let your
do.
elder know, I pray he's on board with you with coming out. And that
No,
y'all
he
come in
is. He
and come
most
out and
definitely is.
stand. It's time to go. And y'all don't want to get stuck there.
Yeah,
You don't want to get stuck.
he most definitely is. He been telling me the same thing, and I got to start preparing and get up out of here.
Mm-hmm. It's time.
Yeah. Yeah, that's most definitely revelations.
Praise the higher. He is doing it. And I'm so glad you came on, brother. It's nice to meet you, and bless you. We waiting for the men of the Most High.
Yes. Yes. Yes, most definitely. So I'm glad we got each other information, and
Yes.
uh, I'll come on the show whenever you send
You
me an
all
invite.
You
Uh,
always welcome. No, I don't even have to say you always welcome, brother. Always welcome. You can always come. Praise the
okay.
higher. Bless you. Don't feel no way.
Hmm.
You can come here, come and be teaching and stuff. I don't have no issues with nothing like that. It's just really like to have a platform for our people. We
Right.
need a platform and to tell the people like come out of Babylon. This is what this is. This is for what the Most High instructed me to do. We need a platform preparing our people. And we need, our men. We need the men. And there's brothers who come and they'll come on. They don't come on like this, and I'm glad you come on, and maybe they'll encourage other brothers to come on. But there's such a strong thing with the men, that a lot of people don't want to feel that they're going against Elder Bakar and all that stuff is going on, even though they know that there's infiltration. I mean, they know that something is going on, but they still don't want to, It's the get along game. A lot of our brothers
Yeah,
are
you
stuck in that
know,
spirit.
yeah, just like I told my elder
Mhm.
and the bishop, I said, I appreciate you guys baptizing me, and I'm representing the House of Judah
Mhm.
International to the fullest.
Mhm.
Um, but I also have to go where the Spirit leads me,
Mhm.
and right now the Spirit doesn't want me to per se join, like I said before in the beginning of this conversation, to actually join a
Mhm.
church, but
Mhm.
give honor to the House of Judah International Fellowship, and that's
Mhm.
what I am a part of. They did baptize me, and I'm gonna
Mhm.
represent them to the fullest.
Mhm.
Um, but I'm also in my own lane. You know, I'm
Right.
I'm I'm carving my own lane, and that's to do the work and to reach out to those that are in the truth, like yourself and like the
Mhm.
House of Judah International. Um,
Mhm.
I've even reached out to individuals from the GOCC. So right
Mhm.
now, the Most High is showing me that I need to connect with His body
Mhm. Mhm.
because of what you said. It's
Mhm.
we're getting close to that time to where it's time to
Mhm.
flee Babylon, and
Mhm.
there's a few stragglers, and the Most
Mhm.
High, if it's His will, He's gonna use me and my cousin to
Mhm.
reach those last few stragglers.
Mhm.
Because some people don't know about the GOCC. A lot of people don't know about you.
Mhm.
But those people that don't know, those few stragglers, they may learn about me and my cousin and what me and my cousin are doing. And the Most
Mhm.
High is going to use me and him to talk to those few last stragglers, because it's time to flee. It's time to get up out of here.
Okay, well,
It's that
praise
time.
the higher. Whatever you do, just don't mention me to GOCC Babylon because you know that's a big no-no. They're gonna have a fit. So,
And
just
you know what? I won't. And that's
because
I
they
don't.
just
They
a
think that
mess.
you just trying to what? I don't. If
They
you
know.
doing the
They
yeah,
know.
if you
They just
doing the
don't
Most
want it.
High work,
They just
then
don't want people to know to go to Jordan. That's all. They don't want
that's
people
what
to
it
know.
is, huh?
Yeah. Yep. I don't
Mm,
know. It's just a bunch of wickedness. But praise the higher. Most I knew. He already knew what was going to happen. He knew what was going to, that's why he did what he did. That's why he felt he had to, deal with a woman. Because a lot of the men are dealing with the go along, get along spirit. They're going to go along just because they men. And you got to go around along because what's right, you know?
hmm
And this is what Israel is struggling with that. They struggle with going along to get along, you know.
But if the Most High has revealed to you that GOCC, Elder Ricard has the right name and he is under the right spirit,
Hmm.
then the Most High is going to reveal to Elder Ricard when is the right time to go leave and go.
No, but he said in Revelations that Satan is at war with the church who keep the
Mm,
commandments and have the testimony of Christ. There's an infiltration that he's being held up, brother. It's not
mm.
he would have been left. Matter of fact, he left and they brought him back.
Yeah, I know.
He
He speaks
left.
on that.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So it's not as easy. Everybody think it's cut and dry and it should be it's simple. It's not simple because, Esau controls what goes in and out of America, as you know. They not
right.
even letting you see all them scientists that got killed at one time, doctors got killed right before the COVID thing was gonna be unleashed. They got that
Mm-hmm.
thing sewed up. So they're not gonna let no Hebrews who got necks, their salvation is coming and it's gonna take their salvation. They're not just letting anybody say whatever they want to say there. And it's ludicrous for us to even believe that, everything is okay. These people
Yeah,
are fighting for their life. They are fighting in a war, and Israel don't even know what hit them.
yeah,
So how can we even think that everything is okay there? We see all the witchcraft and all the wickedness they got going on. Of course he's been infiltrated. This brother
mm,
got too much truth.
Too much.
Yeah. He doing above and beyond what Martin Luther King and Malcolm X did.
Yeah, you ain't lying. You could say that again.
Right. So how could he not be taken down? They had to stop that brother.
Mm.
It's common sense. You know, anybody who's walking around acting like they don't know and they don't see that they had to take Elder Ricard down. It's too much.
So in other words, you saying they trying to keep him stranded and
Yeah, because he got the people. Everybody love
yeah.
Elder Ricard. That's why they sitting there. They sitting there at their own free will. Elder Carr is being detained. He's taken down. Those people aren't. You guys can walk up out of there. Y'all have an allegiance to this brother, which is I can understand it. But listen, this ain't the time.
Mm-hmm.
This is not the time. Your soul is at stake.
Right.
You dealing with the Most High, and He said He was going to try and test Israel. Israel is being tested. Will
Mm-hmm.
you both see? And that's why the Most High got me bringing out these scriptures about how obedient Daniel was. Daniel wasn't going along to get along. He was doing what
Mm-hmm.
the Most High said do.
Right, right, right.
He wasn't afraid to prophesy to the king and whoever else he had to prophesy to. You understand? See, our
Mm-hmm.
people, we stuck on that go along, get along, don't want to offend nobody. That's why I'm speaking the way I speak with our people. Like y'all got to get yourself together. This is thus saith the Ahaya. You know, this is what Ahaya wants Israel to know. He's not tolerating none of that nonsense. It's his way or the highway.
Mm.
It is what it is, brother. So, but I'm telling you, get out, brother. That's what if you come most high, you don't know why you came to Sister Connor. This is why you came. For me to tell you, get out. Run for your life. It's going
Mm.
down, brother. And because there's a lot of work to do here. It ain't just once you get here and then you get oh your rest don't start right away. There's work to
Right,
do.
right, right. And I was just gonna ask you that. Um, it's crazy how the spirit is leading this conversation. So,
Praise the higher.
are you? Do you have your own business, or like is the Most
Mm-hmm.
High supporting your
Yeah.
financial needs? Like,
Yes, yes, he is supporting me. I want to do more, and the Most High have to hold me back. Like he like, calm down now, calm down.
mm-hmm,
I have
yeah,
to, I gotta wait on the Most High. I gotta even be obedient.
mm-hmm,
Like, there's more I would like to do, but I'm a woman, so he ain't gonna have me be doing too much. I tell you
right,
that,
right, right,
cause he ain't gonna have me upstaging my brothers. Let's put it like
right,
that.
right, right,
You
right,
know, he that's how I'm taking it. You know what I'm saying?
right,
I'm gonna take it like that. I know the Most High, and I'm not trying to upstage my brothers or nothing like that. I'm waiting on the men the Most High. He's teaching me how to be patient. Long suffering. I'm here. He's taking care of me, brother. He is taking
mm-hmm,
care of me.
mm-hmm,
But I know that there's more, and maybe it's just not time. Maybe all the things that He put on my spirit and my mind that I can do or want to do. Maybe it's just not the time. But I don't know.
right. But hey, you maintaining.
Yeah, definitely. I've been here, brother, 16 years, and Most High has maintained me here.
You
Praise
say
the
you've been there
Higher.
16?
I've been out of Babylon this is 16 years, since 2008.
Mm. Wow. How long have you been in Jordan?
Since 2010.
Wow.
So that's 15 years in Jordan.
Mm.
Oh, well, next year be 15 years in Jordan.
Mm-mm-mm. So I know you doing the work out there. What a lot the Most High is allowing you to do.
Yes, there's some good things. Like recently, one of the Bedouins that I know came to me. Now this is just recently. I knew this Bedouin for a long time since I've been here. He just revealed to me a couple of days ago that his father told him when his father or grandfather came from Yemen, they're from Yemen, that they were Israel, they were Jews.
Mm.
They're here
And the
too.
scriptures say we was gonna be scattered amongst the four corners of the earth.
He knows that they're Jews, and he got, listen, he got like 7 or 8 sons. And then another one too. I believe that these Bedouins are Jews. They just don't know it. They all claiming Muslim, but they walk around here like Judah in America.
Yeah,
And they
that
when
and
I
they
t-
are. They
and you
are.
know and when you know they oppressing them the same way they oppress us in America. This is how they
Hmm.
oppressing them. It's they Judah. I mean not Judah. I'm saying Israel. They don't know
Yeah,
what
yeah,
tribe,
yeah,
but they Israel.
yeah,
Definitely. They suffering
yeah.
the curses. That's how we know who we are, by the curses.
They. Some of them are Judah, and some of them are Ishmaelites. So
Hmm.
not all of them are Judah.
Right. Right. But
Yeah.
this one particular, this is the first time since I've been here that one of them come to me and told me that they believe they're Jew.
Mm.
They ain't been talking like that before, and I was like, oh, okay. So that changes everything,
Mm-hmm.
you know. I was like, so now you need to go to the water, you know. So they're like, whoa, 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 hold up now. See, but they're gonna have to do it. But that's why Israel need to be in here too, to be
Yeah, you
telling
can
these
look at them
people.
and tell if they Judah, if they got
Mm-hmm.
that black man nose and those
Mm-hmm.
that black man features, they Judah.
Mm-hmm.
But if they got that Ishmaelite
Look, yeah.
look,
But I'm gonna
then
try
they
to get
ain't
them
Judah.
on video. I'm gonna see if they're gonna come on video and talk with me on video. Then I'll see. We've been talking about it, and they admitted this. It's just been a couple of days. They told me that. I was like, oh, really? Okay. But
Mm.
I always felt that way. But for him to come and tell me that their father came and told me, so I was like, wow. For him to tell me that, because they see what's going on. So
Hmm.
now he want to admit.
Yeah, a lot of our people have been strayed away and misled, and that's the enemy. Satan wants to keep everybody away from Judah. Satan wants
Mhm.
to keep all the tribe of Judah
Mhm.
into the darkness and not into the light. He wants
Mhm.
them to stay and live in that lie and try to
Mhm.
keep them far away from the truth as he can possibly do. And he can't because the Most High has his remnant and he's waking his remnant up. And as
Mhm.
Satan is hating it because this time is running out. Time is ticking for him. And the Most High is showing him, I'm waking my people up. I'm
Mhm.
waking my remnant up.
Mhm.
Not all Judah gonna be of Judah. Just because you Judah don't mean you gonna be saved.
Right.
It's only a remnant that's gonna be saved. Cause there's a lot of Judah that know they Judah, but they still living that heathenistic way.
They don't want to
We
put it
gotta
down.
gotta come away from those heathen ways.
A lot of people they don't even want to come back to a higher, and that's what I'm starting to realize. Like a lot of people they mad because the Most High had them picking cotton and they went into slavery. A lot of them don't want to come back because of that. They're angry.
But
They're
they
going
can be
to
mad all
regret
they
it.
want, and that goes back into what me and you was talking about earlier.
Mhm.
That's because they not opening up the book. The reason why the
Mhm.
Most High had us picking that cotton, it goes
Mhm.
back into when we was in Egypt, and it goes
Mhm.
back to before we went into Egypt. When we went into captivity the first time under
Yep.
Pharaoh in Egypt, it's because we wasn't sticking to his laws, statutes, and commandments. So
Mhm.
once Moses went and took us to the wilderness, which should
Mhm.
have took 40 days and 40 nights, but ended up taking 40 years because
Mhm.
we again started serving other gods, worshiping other
Mhm.
gods, making idols, making
Mhm.
all these statues in the wilderness, praying to
Mhm.
other gods, eating unforbidden foods that we wasn't supposed to be eating.
All
So
that.
then the
Yep.
Most High said, okay, now I'm finna send y'all to Babylon again in
Mhm.
ships
Mhm.
for the same reason why y'all went into captivity in
The
Egypt.
first.
I'm finna oppress y'all. Y'all finna go to the Americas, and then we gonna enslave y'all again. And not only are we gonna enslave Judah, we gonna enslave all the other tribes.
Mm-hmm.
So now we starting to wake up and say, okay, we see why the Most High punished us, because it goes back to what you said few 2 or 3 minutes ago. A lot of people are mad because they're like, why did I have to pick cotton? Why my family had to go through slavery? Why this? Why that? Well, just pick up the book and read it. It's gonna tell you why. We curse. These are generational curses that we living through, and the Most High is waking up His remnant so that He can break these curses.
Yes. Praise the higher.
But most people don't want to listen. They want to, they all they effort and energy is into how much money they can make and
Mm-hmm.
how many men they can lay down with and how many
Yep.
women they can lay down with and what
Ain't that
kind of
spirit
car they
heavy?
gonna buy and how
Listen,
much.
that
Go ahead.
spirit of witchcraft is heavy on these people. They are under
Yes.
a spell up in there. It's heavy,
Yes.
a heavy spirit of witchcraft, and that's what he said in Revelation. Every foul spirit, every unclean, they under heavy, heavy sorcery, and that's
Mm-hmm.
why you got to come out of there.
Yeah.
You can't win. You can't win. It's not designed for you to be able to, fight through that stuff.
Mm-hmm.
It's not designed.
Yep. And even though you're not in the States, you lived here, and I'm sure you turn on the news and see what's going on. America is The Most High wrath is so strong on America right now, it ain't even funny.
Praise the higher.
His judgment is clear and blatant, vivid, that he's coming to judge the world and he gonna judge Babylon first because of the sins that Babylon has done to his chosen people and because of the sins that his chosen ones want to still stay in.
They like waddling in filth.
Yes.
That's what it is. They like waddling in filth. They just used to it and they don't want nothing else. Well, they can have it. But
Mm-hmm.
I was like, why, Most High? Why? And that's why I said, Most High, if you let me leave, I ain't coming back. Praise the higher. Thank you, Father.
Yeah. And
Thank you,
like you
Father.
said, you you've been asked to come back, and your
Yep.
family and friends have been trying to get you to
Oh,
come back,
yes.
but
They
you've been
still
obedient.
trying. Nope. But
Yeah.
I just happen to be one of those people. I never liked it there anyway. I used to be crying out to the Most High. I never really liked it, so it was easy for me to leave. And listen, I ain't even. I'm begging the Most High, please don't send me back there, please. Cause see, a lot of people get sent back. They end up going back because they sinning against the Most High. He gonna spit you out. It's holy land,
But do
holy
you
land.
think that the Most High sent Elder Ricard back here to do his work? Because I really believe
No,
that that's why he sent Elder Ricard back here to do his work.
no, because I believe he he was people were coming at following him. They had a whole lot of people following them. But I mean, I watched it happen. He did it. Everything was on videotaped. He was there in Babylon. It was Elder Gabar, who told Elder tell Elder Ricard to come back, and he convinced them. But I believe they got in his ear, probably threatening him, threatening his family. Who knows what they did? But he didn't want to go back.
Yeah, I follow Elder Goodbar, and I've spoke to him over the phone. Yeah,
Yeah,
so
I
he's
spoke
not
to
a
him
part of
too
it.
over the phone.
Yeah, he's not a
I
part of the GLCC no more, but he still
Yeah,
give him props.
no, he left, and I
Yeah.
believe I was always talking about. I was telling everybody to beware of Elder Gabar and Elder Lawyer. I believe that they were put there. They were sent, and the plan was to move Elder Ricard out the way. See, Elder Gabar thought he was going to take over. He was going to try to take the ministry from Elder Ricard. I think that's what he was sent to do. He was set up to be an elder to do that. But because he ain't, there's no anointing on him at all. You know, he can't teach. That what Elder Ricard has is the anointing from the Most High. So they couldn't do nothing with Elder Ricard. Even Elder Lawyer, they don't have the anointing. They sitting there, he reading scriptures, but he can't bring forth nothing because the Most High ain't with him. Just like how we read in how Daniel had favor. This is the
Mm.
same thing with Elder Ricard. He has favor. He's it's the anointing. So even though they took him down, they had planned to move him out the way subtly, and that's why, that's what Elder Gabar thought he was going to do, and he still was trying to do it. He took the clothing line. Praise the higher.
Mm.
They ain't getting away with it. You
Mm.
understand?
Yeah, yeah,
It's
yeah.
it's a big movement. It's CIA. They all in it. They all in it.
Mm. So,
And Elder
so,
Lawyer too. He's trying to
so,
sit there, huh?
so, Elder Lawyer and Gabar, they're actually conspiring against Elder Ricard.
Yeah, Elder Gabar, he left and he tried to take the clothing line. He tried to take the people when he left. But I was like, I was already on him. I already was on Elder Gabar. So I was already warning people about Elder Gabar years ago. He was going to do that, and he did it, but it didn't work. And so the lawyer, too, he tried to be like, oh, he's so humble. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Don't believe it. He's like a Manchurian candidate, really.
Mm.
That's how he act like a robot. So he's sitting there, he waiting for his time, but it ain't gonna work, cause the Most High sent who He sent. Ain't nothing they could do about that, you know.
Oh, so you saying secretly behind closed doors, Elder Lawyer is plotting on Elder Ricard?
That's why he was put there, cause I mean, you only been 6 7 years, but you know that Elder Wakar came out. It was him and another brother. It was Elder um, Zah, who was with
Yeah,
Elder
the
Wakar.
light skinned brother.
No, he's dark skinned.
Okay.
He's older than Wakar, and him and Wakar were like this, close. And they came out together. They were in Egypt together. No, no, no. They were planning to leave to Egypt, and then they separated them. They separated them, put Lawyer in Elder Zah's place, and then he left.
Mm.
It was a mess. It was a mess. But
Mm.
praise the higher, he had somebody there, the sister in Jordan, watching the whole thing. But
Mm.
listen, let me give you my. We should talk on Skype because there's some things I can't be able to tell you.
Okay.
Hold on, I'm gonna give you my Skype. Do you have Skype?
Yeah, I have it. I have it on my other device.
Hold on. Let me. They giving me a problem on Facebook now. They trying to shut down my Facebook page.
Why is that?
They just wicked because I be posting stuff up there and now, they get mad. So they tell me I got 24 hours to respond or else they're going to shut down my page. Ain't that
Yeah.
something?
Yeah. Yeah. That's what me and Solomon and Wise was talking about earlier on how we're gonna really have to tread lightly while we're building up our ministry on Facebook because I'm sorry, on YouTube, because Facebook and YouTube, once they find out you in here you putting out the truth, they'll block you, they'll shadow ban you.
They shadow ban me. That's why I don't get half as many views. I didn't even get a lot before, but now it's down to nothing. They
Why?
definitely
Because
shadow ban.
they blocking you.
Yeah, they doing me dirty.
Mm-mm-mm.
They doing me real dirty, but it's okay. The Most High will send who He wants to send. That's what He's doing. So I just gotta just do what He's, just keep doing the work. Just keep doing it.
Do you have a let's see here. That way we can talk directly. Let me see.
I can call you if you have a phone number. I have
Yeah,
but you
but
have to
let me
give me
get
the
back
number.
to you off the record because I don't want everybody having my information.
Okay. You can send it in the private chat if you want. We only,
Yeah. Okay.
and I'll call you. You want me to call you well tonight? It's
Yeah. Hold on. If I do it on the chat, then everybody's gonna see it.
no, but do it on the private chat. Wait, I'll show you how.
Yeah. Yeah. You gotta show
Cause
me how
wait a
to
minute.
do that.
You the one that you said shalom.
Yeah.
Yeah, right there. That's the private one.
Okay,
Hold
but
on.
can't everybody see that?
No, only you and I. You, I just typed praise the higher. Did you see
Okay.
that?
Oh, okay. I didn't know that. I thought everybody could see that.
No. There's another one where it says comments. That's the one that everybody else is on. Hold on. But let me. I'm gonna give you Skype anyway, just so you have it. So, but mm, mm, oh, here you go.
Do you have a Facebook?
I do have Facebook. They're getting ready to get me off of Facebook if I
Man,
don't
they trying to
hurry
take you
up
off
and.
everything.
Yeah, no, they get this Facebook is the one they just sent me a message today that I got 24 hours to reply and I gotta prove my identity and all this stuff. So they trying to give me a hard way to go. I don't know
Okay,
why.
what about cuz I know that chat you say is private, but I just don't trust it.
Oh,
I don't
okay.
want everybody
Send me
calling my
you want to send me an email? I can
Okay,
give you my email. And that's my Skype. I put the Skype in there if you want to just talk on Skype real
yeah,
quick. And I'll give you my email.
cuz if
I'll give
people
you
want
that
to
one.
Okay, that's your
Yeah,
Skype.
yeah.
Let me
And you can
send you
send
my
me
my email.
com. Here's my email. And I'll send you one right now. If you send me your email, I'll send you an email right now.
Okay.
But oof,
Yeah, cuz there's
I'm
some
trying.
stuff that I want to talk to you about too, but like you said, you can't go too deep on this.
Yeah.
And let me see. That's my email right there.
Okay, hold on. Let me look. Okay. I'm gonna send you something right now, okay?
Okay, yeah, the MD Woods 99 at gmail.com.
You just yeah.
Yeah.
Why you
Yeah,
say it?
I don't care if
Uh.
people know my
No, that.
email.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
They can know that all they want. As long as it ain't
Okay.
my yeah.
Yeah, I'm gonna send you something. Let me know that you got this.
Okay.
Oh no, it's coming up pink.
My
No, it's
email?
not. Yeah. Oh
When they
wait, let me
come
see.
up pink,
Maybe
what does that mean?
I don't know. Let me see. Maybe it was a space in there. Maybe that's
Oh
why.
yeah,
Okay.
no, yeah, it's all one
Okay.
word. MD Woods. Yeah, it's
Okay.
all one word.
I just sent you. Okay, I just sent you one. Let me know that you got it. So if you got it, just send me your number, and I'll call you now. So that way we can get off, cause we're on 4 hours.
Yeah, I
We can.
know. uh mdwoods99 at Gmail.
Yeah,
Yeah,
MD
I
Wood.
haven't received nothing yet. I wanna wait before you get
Okay.
off the line.
It didn't go through? Yeah. I'll send it again. Hold on. And I'm gonna put myself on there. So I'll see if I receive it. Nothing yet?
Ah, nothing yet.
Wow, that's weird. They be trying it, boy. Take some water. Let me go from another email. Hold on.
Oh, let me see. I think I got it right now.
Yeah.
Yeah, I got it right now. And you
Which
sent
one is
me
that one?
two.
I sent
You
two. Yeah.
sent
Okay. Yeah.
you sent me two links, right?
Mhm.
Which one do you want me to tap
Either
into?
it's both. It's the same. I just sent two separate ones. It don't matter. Just send your number. Let me get my phone. Hold on. And then I'll call you. Hold on. Okay. You replied, yeah? Oh no, that's me. Oh, I just put myself in. I want to see what they're gonna do with this. They are crazy. But that don't even look like. There may be a link somebody sending me to mess me up. You know? Can you hear
Um,
me?
yeah, no, I most definitely can hear you. That's why I was saying, let me
Cause it
see.
looks weird. It looks like a weird email. Cause they try to get you to tap on these links. You know? And then they'll send you a virus or something like that. I'll be playing with these people. They be doing stuff like that too.
You still there?
Yeah, I'm here.
You got do you got Instagram?
Yeah, but it's real. I barely use it, but I do have one. Wow, which
Let me
you on Instagram?
yeah, at Akarash. That's
Oh, okay, hold on. Let me see.
AHCH.
Hold on, hold on. Eh, search A
ASH.
A S H. Yeah, I see you.
You see me?
Uh huh.
I ain't hard to find. Let
So you want me to? I sent you a request.
me see.
So you follow me back. I don't have a lot of followers, so
Uh, yeah, I'm just starting to build my social media up, so don't feel bad.
yeah, I really don't even. I don't have a lot of. Well, I never hardly go on there, but I do have a page, and I went on there yesterday. I said I was gonna start using it, but it's just so much work goes into all this stuff, you know.
No, yeah, you ain't lying.
It's a lot.
You is not lying.
Oh my goodness! I'm like, my goodness.
Yeah,
It,
and
it's
they
a
got
big
this
job.
other thing on here called let me see, hold on.
Hmm.
You say you sent me a message or you sent it through Twitch?
No, I didn't send you a message. I just sent, I added you. Oh, let me go back. I just sent you a friend request, I think. Like a request to add you, you know? I don't know. How do you send a message? I don't even know how to send. Let me see if I can find you. Again. So what do you want to go that route? Did you send the email or you're not going to do that?
Uh, I think I'm gonna send you an email.
Yeah, because I
Yeah,
sent
this.
you a request. I don't
Yeah,
think I
cause
can
it's
send
not.
you a message on there until you, your friends, you know? Can I send you a message without being your friend?
I believe so.
No, because no, because it types in only.
Yeah, cause it's not coming up in my messenger, my messages.
Oh, yeah, no, I can send you a message. Hold on. You're saying not found. Hold on. Okay, I got you. I just sent you a message on Instagram.
Let's see if it comes through right now.
Oh, Lord. This dude. Hmm. Are you there? Hello? Hmm. 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 Are we done? You got my email, brother.